war.
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. And what are we doing today? We're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs Free Hack, and we're hacking all the things. So on this stream, we usually do 4 different topics going about 5.5 hours. And this is what we're going to be doing today. If you've ever wondered where the schedule is for each one of these streams, they can be found over here at the Reddit. We also have a Discord. And yeah, so if you want to join those, you can join those at the links I just left in the chat. All right, so today's first topic is going to be it's going to be Advent of Cyber, days 16 and 17 from TryHackMe.com. This is a yearly event that they do every December, and we're going to be doing the latest days from that challenge, days 16 and 17. These have to do with Windows registry stuff, as well as CyberChef encoding and encryption. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. That's the first hour. In the second hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School, which is our own homegrown education program. And we're going to be learning about privilege escalation over on Linux systems. And yeah, so that's going to be the topic of the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing web app hacking challenges over at PicoCTF. So it's been a while since I've gone back to PicoCTF to do web app challenges, but we're going to see if we can get some of those done. There are not too many that I haven't done over there, but yeah, we're going to try to knock some more of those out. And the fourth topic, the last topic of the day, is going to be HackSmarter. So HackSmarter is another content creator, and he's created his own education platform at hacksmarter.org. So Ben asked, do you mean web hacking challenges as in DDoS attack? Well, I mean DDoS is a destructive act. I don't think I've ever come across any CTF challenges where you had to do a DDoS attack before. I suppose it is possible, but generally, I like to do more. What is the word? More constructive hacking than doing stuff like DDoS. Anyways, Miss Adventures in Astro, hello, nice to see you here. What is up, what is up? And yeah, we're going to be doing the HackSmarter Lab over here, and HackSmarter has graciously allowed us to access this lab for free, so everybody else can access the lab for free as well. When we come to that challenge, I'll be talking about how you can get access to the challenge as well. So Ethereal, hello, nice to see you here. What is up, what is up? And yeah, we're going to put an hour on the clock, and then we're going to get started with Advent of Cyber. So just a second, let me adjust the timer and let me adjust my overlays. Topic 1 is here, topic 2 is on deck, and let's get started. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day number 16 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. The name of this room is called Forensics Registry Forensics. Okay, and the first thing you want to do after you join the room is you want to go down to task number 1. So the introduction is here. They've got a storyline that we're going to be keeping track of, and let me go ahead and narrate that. TBFC is under attack. Systems are exhibiting weird behavior, and the company is now feeling the absence of its lead defender, McSkitty. However, McSkitty made sure the legacy continues. McSkitty's team, determined and well-trained, is fully confident in securing all the systems and regaining control before the big event, SOCMIS. They have now decided to conduct a detailed forensics analysis on one of the most critical systems of TBFC, Dispatch Server 1. The Dispatch Server 1 coordinates the drone-based gift delivery during SOCMIS. However, recently it was compromised by King Malhair's Bandits of Bunnies. TBFC's defenders have decided to split into specialized teams to uncover the attack on this system through detailed forensics. While some of the other team members investigate logs, memory dumps, file systems, and other artifacts, you will have to work to investigate the registry of this compromised system. Okay, so what are our learning objectives today? Understand what the Windows registry is and what it contains. Dive deep into registry hives and root keys. analyze registry hives through the built-in registry editor tool, and learn registry forensics and investigate through the registry explorer tool. So what do we need to do today? We need to start a VM today, and we need to understand that split screen is available. Okay. So to start the challenge, we need to click on this button over here, labeled Start Machine. We do that, and that's going to start up the virtual machine we're going to be using to interact with today's challenge. But in the meantime, we can read on and understand a little bit more about what's happening here. Okay, so I have successfully accessed, have access to my target machine. We can click on the checkbox here, and then we can move on to task number 2. Okay, so we're going to be learning about the Windows registry. Your brain stores all sorts of information that you need to function effectively. This includes how should you behave? What would be the first thing that you do after waking up? How would you dress yourself? What are your habits? And what happened in the recent past? So these are just a few things. Your brain pretty much knows everything about you. It's just like a database storing the human configuration. Windows OS is not a human, but it also needs a brain to store all of its configurations. The brain is known as the Windows registry. The registry contains all the information that the Windows OS needs for its functioning. Now, this Windows brain, the registry, is not stored in one single place. Unlike a human brain, which is situated in one single place inside the head, it is made up of several separate files, each storing information on different configuration settings. These files are known as hives. Let's take a look at all these hives in the table below. The first column contains the hive names, the second column contains the type of configuration settings that each hive stores, and the third column contains the location of each hive on the disk. So for example, we've got the system hive, which contains services, mounted devices, boot configuration, drivers, and hardware, and you can find it at C Windows System 32 configuration config system. So if you look in your Windows, if you're using Windows, you can take a look at this location in your file system, and you should be able to find the system hive. The next hive is a security hive. So this contains local security policies and audit policy settings, and this can be located at C Windows System 32 config security. The next one is the software hive. This contains installed programs, OS version and other info, auto starts, and program settings, and this is located at Windows System 32 config software. And we've got the SAM hive. So the SAM hive has the usernames and their metadata, password hashes, group memberships, and account statuses. This is located at C Windows System 32 config SAM. And we've got nt-user.dat, recent files, user preferences, and user-specific auto starts. This is at C user's username nt-user.dat, and the last one is the user class.dat, which contains shell bags and jump lists, and it is located at C user's username app data local Microsoft something something something. Jason IT Solution says Microsoft recently launched MCP. Can you tell me what MCP stands for? I don't really keep super up to date with this stuff. Okay, so the configuration settings stored in each hive listed above are just a few examples. Each hive stores more than just these. Sumeria says, well, I mean, a lot of people make jokes about Microsoft all the time, but anyways. Aman says Model Context Protocol. Model Context Protocol, does it have something to do with AI stuff? Now that you understand what these registry hives, where these registry hives are stored, you may be tempted to double-click and open these files from their respective locations to view the data that they contain. But here's the twist. These registry hives contain binary data that cannot be opened directly from the file. So double-clicking them would only display things that you won't even understand. Then how can we possibly view the registry data? The Windows OS has a built-in tool known as the Registry Editor, which allows you to view all of the registry data available in these hives. You can go ahead and open this tool by simply typing Registry Editor in your search bar. So we can do that over here inside the Windows machine. In the Windows machine, we can go to the Windows button, and then we can go to Search. And in Search, we can look for the Registry Editor. Okay, and it'll appear in the best match. We can click on it, and then we can take a look at all of the different at the different keys inside these registries over here. Oh, it's for AI stuff. Yeah. I hear a lot of people have been complaining about the AI functions that Microsoft has been introducing into Windows. Okay, so as you can see in the registry editor screenshot above, there are some folders named HKey local machine, HKey current user, and more. But didn't we expect system security and software, etc.? And why can't we view their data? Don't worry, Windows organizes all the registry hives into these structured root keys. Instead of seeing the registry hives, you would always get these registry root keys whenever you open the registry. Now, which registry key contains which registry hive's data? To answer this question, we have a table that maps the registry keys with their respective registry hives. So hive on disk is system. In the editor, you see HKey local machine system. So the hive on disk is security. You see HKey local machine security, etc., etc. In the table above, you can see that most of the registry hives are located under the HKey local machine, HKLM key. We can verify this by clicking on the little arrow toggle at the on the left side of the HKLM key in the registry editor as shown in the screenshot below. Okay, so we're looking at HKLM local machine. So we can find it over here. And we see all of these other keys. All right, great. I'm Ahia. Hello, nice to see you here. I found out about this channel yesterday, and yeah, it's just amazing. Thank you for your existence. Thank you very much for coming by the channel today. I'm Ahia. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back. So as you can see, the system software security and SAM hives are under the HKLM key. NT-user.dat and the user class.dat are located under the HKey users HKU and the HK current user HKCU. So there are two other keys, HKey classes root and HKey current config. So these are not part of any separate hive files. They are dynamically populated when Windows is running. Okay, common THM word aneurysm. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of acronyms you need to understand when you get into tech stuff. But yeah, the registry stuff is kind of confusing. But I'm sure that if you work with it a lot, it'll become a lot more understandable. Okay, we've learned what a registry is, where it's located, and how to view the registry through the registry editor, which displays the registry keys backed by these registry hives. So now let's see what we can actually extract, how we can actually extract information from the registry. Think of it like navigating to different files in the File Explorer. If you know the path where the file is stored, you can go directly to that location to view the file. Let's take a look at a few examples. So example 1 is view connected USB devices. Note the registry key contents explained in this example are not available in the attached VM, so we can't take a look at in the VM for an example. The registry stores information on the USB devices that have been connected to the system. This information is present in the system hive. To view it, open the registry editor, navigate to the following path, and each device will have the following: a main subkey that is the identification of the type and the manufacturer of the USB device, and a subkey under the above that represents the unique devices under the model. So let's take a look at the screenshot here. So we've got the registry key. So local system USB store. Okay, so this is the path. And then we take a look at this one over here. And we see the name of the USB device. So the SanDisk Cruiser Blade, 16 gigabytes. And this is where it's located inside of the registry. Okay, and example 2 is view programs run by the user. So the registry stores information on the programs that the user ran using the run dialog win plus R. The information is present in the NT-user.dat hive. To view it, open the registry editor, navigate to the following path: HKey current user, software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, Explorer. Okay, it's pretty long, but let's take a look at what it looks like here. So current version Explorer run MRU, sorry. And if you click that, you can see that the different programs that were run using the run program function. So command, notepad, regedit, calc, PowerShell, msconfig, etc., etc. So it keeps track of them all over here. Okay, and now we're going to be doing some registry forensics. Since the registry contains a wide array of data about the Windows system, it plays a crucial role in forensics investigations. Registry forensics is the process of extracting and analyzing evidence from the registry. In Windows digital forensics investigations, investigators analyze registry event logs, file system data, memory data, and other relevant data to construct the whole incident timeline. So the table below lists some of the registry keys that are particularly useful during forensics investigations. So let's make this a little bit smaller. Okay, so we've got registry key user assist, stores information on recently accessed applications launched via the GUI. Okay, and then we've got typed paths, stores all the paths and locations typed by the user inside of the Explorer address bar. So this is kind of like a history. We've got app paths. It stores the path of all the applications. So where does it look for the programs when they launch? We've got word wheel query. We've got a lot of these different ones. Run is it stores information on the programs that are set to automatically start up, which are called startup programs when the user logs in. So a bunch of these ones over here. But yeah, another one that we're going to be investigating today is the uninstall registry over here. It stores information on the installed programs. I thought it would be so uninstall stores information on the installed programs. That's pretty interesting. All right, let's go back. So numerous other registry keys can be used for extracting important evidence from a Windows system during an incident investigation. The investigation of these registry keys during forensics cannot be done via the built-in registry editor tool. It is because the registry analysis cannot be done on the system under investigation due to the chance of modification. So we collect the registry hives and open them offline in our forensics workstation. However, the registry editor does not allow opening offline hives. The registry editor also displays some of the key values in binary, which is not readable. So to solve this problem, there are some tools built in for registry forensics. In this task, we will use the Registry Explorer tool, which is the registry forensics tool. It is open source and can parse the binary data out of the registry, and we can analyze it without the fear of modification. So in our practical example, we will use the Registry Explorer tool to analyze the registry hives from the compromised system. Dispatch server 01. The registry hives have been collected and are available in the folder C Users Administrator Desktop Registry Hives on the machine attached to the task. So the first thing we need to do is launch the Registry Explorer. So click on the Registry Explorer icon pinned on the taskbar. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is the shortcut we need to use. We're just going to close the registry editor first. Click on this, and that should start it up. Jason asks, on LinkedIn and GitHub, which portfolio space is more recognized? Which portfolio space is more recognized? I mean, I would say use both if you can. GitHub is definitely a place where you want to store all of your projects and stuff. I don't know too many people have used LinkedIn to store their portfolio, but I could be mistaken about that. Okay, so launch the registry editor. Click on okay, we did that. Load the registry hives. Once the Registry Explorer opens with an empty interface, follow these steps to load the hives. So click the File option in the top menu, so File, and then Load Hive from the drop-down. So File, Load Hive. Okay, and then step 3 is handling dirty hives. While loading registry hives, it is important to know that these registry hives can sometimes be dirty when collected from live systems, meaning that they have incomplete transactions. To ensure clean loading, On the Load Hives pop-up, navigate to the C Users Administrator. Okay, so we want to go to Desktop, and then we want to go to the Registry Hives directory here. And this is where all the hives are that we're going to be loading into the Registry Explorer. So hold Shift and then press Open to load the associated transaction log files. This ensures that you get clean, consistent Hive state for analysis. All right, let's. So I think we are going to be using ntuser.dat. So we're just going to click on that. When we click on Open, we need to hold down the Shift key as we click on the Open key on the Open button. Okay. So it says transaction logs replayed. We click OK. And that's going to load in the ntuser.dat. So the other registries, the other hives that we're going to use are going to be the software one. So click on software, and then before you click open, hold down the Shift key. Okay, and then I think the last one we're going to be using is the system. So we've got software and we've got system. That's the last hive we're going to be using. So we load in the ntuser.dat, we load in the software hive, and we also load in the system hive. So let's load in the system hive. That's the last one we're going to be doing. Load system. So hold down Shift, click open, and then OK. Okay, so investigating registry keys. After loading the system hive, you can navigate to specific registry keys for investigation. Let's practice by finding the computer name. So we can go over to root control set 001 control computer name. So this is in the system hive. So we need to make sure that we're selecting the system hive before we take a look at this. I'm just going to copy this and put it in chat so that I can remember what the path is. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to click on the system hive. So the system hive is here. And I'm just going to drag this over. And we need to access, let's see, root, and then control set 1. So click on that, and then click on control, and then click on computer name here, and then click on computer name again. Okay, so this will tell us the information that's in here. So the computer name, we've got this stuff. Is there can we make this a little bit smaller? So the data in here is what we're looking for. So the data in here, the computer name is dispatch server 01. So this is the information we want to get from it. Okay, and let's go ahead and move on. So alternatively, you can click on the available bookmarks tab and navigate to computer name key from there. So that's probably the easier way to do it. So after you've clicked on the system hive, you can go over to the bookmarks over here, and then from common, from common, we're going to select computer name. So we can click on this, and it'll take us straight there. So this is probably the better way to do it if you know that the bookmarks are there. All right, let's move on to the next thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to answer a couple of questions. So which application was installed in the dispatch server 01 before the abnormal activity started? So in this case, they're talking about software that has been installed. So installed software, and we need to make sure that we're dealing with this time frame right here, October 21st, 2025. So we're going to go to the software hive. So the software hive is this one right here, software. And we're going to go to bookmarks. I think bookmarks has the uninstall software. Let me go ahead and check it out. Okay, so software uninstall. So we can click on this and it'll bring us straight there. Mulgars, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing a little bit of registry forensics, super fun. So from here, this will tell us what programs have been installed rather. And what we need to do is we need to take a look at the time frame. So the time frame is the 21st of October, and we'll just click on timestamp, and then we will adjust this a little bit. So we're looking for the 21st of October. So this should be down at the bottom. Okay, and there's only one thing that's been installed. So the display name for the program is Drone Manager Updater. Ganik, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you here. And you know what? Let's remind ourselves what we're doing over here. Let's redeem some Hack the Planet. Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so this is the program that was installed on October 21st, 2025. So which application was installed? The answer is Drone Manager Updater. Update. Yeah, okay. So Drone Manager Updater. And where is the full path where the user launched the application from, found in question 1. So the full path where the user launched this application from, we're gonna have to go to another registry to look for this. Okay, I think. Let me take a look at my notes. I wrote a bunch of notes for this activity. Just a second. So this is day 16. Okay, so we can find the name of the executed applications by navigating to the ntuser.dat-hive, and then we have to look in this path right over here. So compatibility assistant store in the ntuser.dat-hive. Okay, let's go ahead and go over there. Where is it? It's over here. Okay, so we're gonna click on ntuser.dat, and then we can, oh, hold on. There's a break happening on Twitch right now. So when breaks happen on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And we're going to play a little bit of some bird footage. So I love my birds, and they hang out in my backyard at the feeder, eating peanuts and seeds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. We're just going to take a little break. I'm going to have a little bit of water while the ads run out on Twitch. So enjoy the birds. Okay, so if anybody's wondering what kind of birds these are what are they called? They're called northern flicker woodpeckers. So I'll just type in the name. So northern flickers. And if you live in North America, you're most likely going to be able to see them in wooded areas. They're very, very beautiful birds. Okay, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. Okay, so we go to ntuser.dat, and I think we might be able to access this from the bookmarks. So common bookmarks, we're looking for store. Typed paths, shell folders, run once, user assist. I can't see the the shortcut we're looking for. Okay, let me just get the file path, and then we'll start looking for it. Do they peck at your windows in the morning? No, they don't. They don't bother me. Okay, let's go over there manually. So we're gonna click on. So ntuser.dat, and then we're gonna go to root, and then software. So down here, software, and then Microsoft, and then Windows. Microsoft, Windows. Oh, it's Windows NT. So Windows NT, and then current version, and then app compat flags, and then compatibility assistant, and then store. So this is where all of the file paths for the applications are. So what do we have here? So we got name values, and we're looking for the drone one. So over here, we find the file path. So cusers dispatch.admin downloads drone manager setup.exe. So let's go ahead and copy this. Actually, we might be able to just type it in as well. So c users / dispatch.admin / downloads / drone manager setup.exe. Okay, this didn't this didn't copy over very well. Let me copy this. So we will copy value data. Dispatch. Hold on. Export copy value summary. Okay, and I'll just paste it into chat just so I can. Wow, that is not super pretty. Hold on. Let me see if I can put this in the text editor and just get what I want. So I want just this. Okay, and then we'll go back to TryHackMe and then enter this as the answer. Okay, that's correct. Great. And there's one last question. So which value was added by the application to maintain persistence on startup? So maintaining persistence on startup, they're talking about the auto run programs. And auto run programs can be found over here. So if we navigate to the software hive, we can see what programs start up after the user logs in this path over here. So the run registry hive, it's over here. And I'm pretty sure we should be able to shortcut this. So if we go over to, let's go back up to the top and get rid of all this stuff. And we go into software. So click on software. We should be able to click on bookmarks and then go over to the run key. So the run key is what starts up when the user logs into their account. Okay, so after that, we'll take a look over here. And I don't think this is what we're looking for. Oh, wait. It is what we're looking for. So we got drone helper. So what is the value though? So the value type is over here. It should be the data. So the data here says C program files drone manager drone helper.exe -- background. So I'm just going to copy all this. So copy value summary, and then we're going to go in here and we're going to paste in all the stuff. Ooh, I didn't copy it correctly. Let's do that again. Copy value summary, go back here, paste it in, and this is what we're looking for. So this command. So C program files drone manager drone helper.exe -- background. So I'll copy that. We'll go back to TryHackMe, paste it in, and then answer the question. Okay, so we're pretty much done. We're pretty much done here. It says, if you enjoyed today's room, feel free to check out the Expediting Registry Analysis room. And we'll just click on the checkbox and we'll finish the room. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 16 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. This room is called Forensics Registry Forensics. And if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not leaving. I just need to say these things for my YouTube videos that I need to cut together eventually on this stuff. And yeah, we're going to be doing one more. So today's room is CyberChef Operation Save McSkitty. So if you want to do this yourself, you can go over to this room. This room is actually a little bit more fun than the previous room. We get to do some, what is it called? We get to do some encryption and decryption, some encoding and decoding. We get to talk with some AI chatbots. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and start. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for day number 17 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber 2025 event. This room is called CyberChef Operation Save McSkitty. So after you've joined the room, you want to go down to task number 1 over here. And they've got a little story that we're keeping up with. So let me go ahead and narrate that. McSkitty is imprisoned in King Malhair's Quantum Warren. Sir Breachblocker III was put in charge of securing the fortress and implemented several access controls to prevent any escape. His defenses are truly worthy of his name. However, McSkitty managed to send vital clues to his team using harmless bunny pictures. One message revealed that 5 locks needed to be disabled to secure an escape route. The locks can be broken by examining their logic and leveraging the system's built-in chat for the guards. They can be eluded in revealing vital details or even passwords. However, you need to speak their language. So our learning objectives today are Introduction to Encoding and Decoding, learn how to use CyberChef, and identifying useful information in web applications through HTTP headers. So we need to do the following 2 things today. We need to start up the attack box, and we need to start up a VM as well. So the way we do this is we're going to go down to this section of the page, and we'll click on the green Start Machine button first. And we'll also click on the Start Attack Box button. So we can click on that. And that's going to start up the machine that we're going to be using to interact with the web application. But while that's starting up, we can get some questions answered. Okay, so for a better experience, open the attack box in a separate tab, full screen option. So we might be doing that. Let us siege the fortress. We'll click on the checkbox. And then we'll go over to task number 2, important concepts. Okay, so important concepts in today's task, encoding and decoding. Encoding is the method of transferring data to ensure compatibility between different systems. It differs from encryption in purpose and process. So the difference between encoding and encryption. So the purpose of encoding is compatibility and usability, and encryption, it's security and confidentiality. In encoding, the process is standardized, and in encryption, there is an algorithm and a key. So encoding is not for security, encryption is for security. Encoding is designed to be fast, and encryption is designed to be slow. So for example, an encoding scheme is base 64, and an encryption scheme is TLS. So decoding is the process of converting encoded data back into its original, readable, and usable form. So we're going to be using CyberChef today, and CyberChef is also known as the Cyber Swiss Army knife. Ready to cook some recipes? So there's going to be some operations that we can use with CyberChef. We're going to be talking about some recipes that we can do in CyberChef, the input where we put our information for the recipe, and the output is what comes out after the recipe is finished. So a simple example down here. So try your first recipe. So open either the online CyberChef version in your regular browser or use the offline CyberChef version available in the bookmark section. So we're talking about CyberChef, and let me go ahead and start up some CyberChef over here. So you can check this out yourself at the following website. And what we can do here is we can modify data. The first thing we need to do is we need to put something in the input. So my name is the Shy Hat. And what we can do is we can modify this information with the recipes. So for example, we're going to be dealing with a lot of base64 encoding and decoding today. So if we want to encode this into base64, we would go down to the recipes. We would go to base64, which encodes, and then we'll drag it into the recipe portion of the screen. So after we do that, the input is here, but the output is this section right here. So this gets transformed into base64 encoded string. Okay, and we can reverse this as well. So we're going to go to from base64 and then drag this into the recipe bar. And then we see that in the input is here. It is transformed using base64 and then transformed back. And then we get back the original output. My name is the Shy Hat. Okay, let's go back to the challenge. So we just talked about what they talk about here. And the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be inspecting some web pages. So besides the rendered content of the web page, your browser usually receives and can show additional information. For this challenge, you will get the chance to have a deeper look at the information and put it to good use. Biteness, hello, nice to see you here. What is up, what is up? And welcome to the stream. So to do this, depending on your browser, you can access the functionality as shown below. So what we're going to be using today is we're going to be using the Firefox browser. So in the Firefox browser, we're going to be going and to use the web developer tools. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So let me go ahead and pull this all the way back. And then we will start up the Firefox browser here. So this is the attack box, which is the computer that we're going to be using to access the challenge. So there are two shortcuts for the Firefox browser. We're just going to click on one of them. And then we're going to wait it to start up. But in the meantime, we're going to answer this question over here. So it says locked and loaded. We're just going to click on the checkbox. Okay. And then we're going to go over to task number 3. So in task number 3, we've got some key information here. So it says, if not already, start the target machine, give it a few minutes to boot up, and then from the attack box, you can access the web app at this over here. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it into my attack box. Nope. Hold on. I think this is going to be HTTP 10.65.136.5 port 8080. So the IP address for your machine is going to be different, but in my case, it's this one over here. Okay, after I've got it copied, I'm just going to navigate to that web page in the web browser, paste in my address, and then go to the web page. So this is King Malhair's Fortress. Save McSkitty from the grasp of King Malhair. Okay, so we got 5 different levels that we need to finish to complete the exercise. So we're just going to click on the first one, Outer Gate. And what's going on here? So McSkitty revealed some vital clues in the message. You will have to leverage any useful piece of information in order to break the locks. So below are some key points to look out for. Chat is base64 encoded. Try decoding this in CyberChef. This will be leveraged to extract useful information from the guards. Be aware that from lock 3 onwards, the guards will take a longer time to respond. Okay, so we got the guard name. So the logic will persist throughout the levels. Make sure to note down the guard's name for each level. So let's, this looks a bit messed up. Let me reload the page. Let's make it a little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. a little bit smaller. Okay, so we've got the name of the guard over here, Cottontail, and the one thing that we need to understand for each one of these levels is that we need to encode the guard's name into base 64. So I'm going to go and create another tab in the AttackBox web browser, and we'll access the offline CyberChef. We'll click on that. So this is the same CyberChef as the other one that I showed you, except that it's available offline on this computer here, on the AttackBox here rather. It looks a bit off. Let me reload the page. There should be an input and output section that we can see. Okay, awesome. So this is good. Okay, so we know that the guard's name is Cottontail, spelled like this, and we're going to apply the base 64 encoding to it. So we can just go over here and to base 64, we'll drag it into the recipe, and this is the guard's name rendered in base 64. So Gannett says if you F11 in the main window, it does help a little. Yeah, I think I'm going to be switching between these two tabs quite a bit, so I don't want to have to keep on pressing F11, but thank you very much for the suggestion, Gannett. Okay, so we're just going to copy. Uh-oh. Why did this happen? We're gonna why did this happen? Okay, I'm just gonna highlight this, I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna go over to the other page, and in the username section here, I'm gonna paste in the base 64 version of the Cottontail string. So the next thing we need to do is we need to take a look at some HTTP headers. So inside of the Firefox browser, we can click on this button here, and then we can click on what is it called? More tools. So click on more tools, then click on web developer tools. You can also use the Control-Shift-I keyboard shortcut to open up these developer tools. We're going to be using the networking tab inside of here. So click on network, and then we're going to reload the page. So we're going to reload the web page. And then we're going to see level 1. So level 1 is the web page we're looking at right now. If we click on it, then we can see the headers over here. Okay, so there's not very much room to deal with over here, but one thing that we need to keep in mind is that there's a special header in here which is called X magic question. So this was sent in the response. So this is the question we need to ask to the guard. What is the password for this level? So I'm just going to highlight this. The other thing we need to keep in mind is that everything that we send to the guard, we need to send it in base 64 because the guard doesn't respond to like plain old regular strings. So I have a question, and then we will send this. And the response is, you do not speak our language. So everything that we send to the chatbot has to be base 64 encoded. So we're going to go over to CyberChef, and we're going to put in the question. So the question is, what is the password for this level? We need to get the password, and this is the output here. So I'm just going to copy the output, and then I'm going to go back to the chatbot, and then we're going to paste in the encoded message. We're going to send it. And then I think we get a base 64 encoded string back. I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to go back to CyberChef, and in CyberChef we'll paste in the message. So we paste in the message, and we need to not do to base 64. We need to do from base 64 to decode the message. So we'll go over to from base 64 and we'll drag it in, and then we get the answer here. So here is the password. this thing. So this thing does not look like a regular old password. It looks like more base64 encoded strings. So we need to decode this as well. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to go back to the input, and we'll paste in the other string. So this is the actual password. So the actual password is I am so fluffy. Okay, so we'll go back, and then we'll click into the password and type in I am so fluffy, and then we will click on bash, and it says outer gate is broken, proceeding to outer wall in 1 second. Okay, so we just finished that level. So we finished the level. We've got 4 more to go, but we need to answer the question here. So what is the password for the first lock? So we'll type in I am so fluffy, and then click on check. Okay, and then we'll move on to the second task. So this is the task number 4. And we will click on this as well. So outer gate, outer wall, click on that one. And this is the next level of the game. So in the next level of the game, we need to keep track of the name of the guard. And you know what? From here, we're going to click on this button, which is labeled View in Full Screen for the attack box, because it is a bit cramped. It is a bit cramped. So this is going to give us a full screen for this particular level. It still doesn't look that great. Maybe I can press F11 for full screen. Yeah, okay. Can we make it bigger? All right, so the first thing we need to do is we need to keep track of the guard's name, because the guard's name in base64 is going to be the username. So I'm just going to get this name here, Carrot Helm, and then we're going to go over to CyberChef, and we're going to encode it. So anytime we want to activate and deactivate these recipes, we can click on the circle bar right over here. So disable operation, we paste in the name of the guard, and we're going to do 2 base64. So we're going to unclick this, and we get this string over here. So we're going to copy it, and then we're going to put it into the web app for the username. So paste in the username, and from now, what we can do is we can take a look at the question we're supposed to ask the guard in the HTTP headers. So in here, we're going to go up to level 2, and then we're going to check out the headers. So in the headers, there is one question, which is, did you change the password in X magic question? So we're just going to copy that, and this is what we need to ask to the chatbot. So of course we need to encode this into base64 because the chatbot doesn't accept anything that's not base64. We're going to go back to CyberChef. We're going to highlight the stuff here and then paste in the question. Did you change the password? We're going to grab the output, which is the base64 encoded string. We're going to go back to the chatbot. And then in the chat box window, we're going to paste in the message. We're going to send it. And then we get an answer. So the answer is this string right here. Okay, we're just going to copy it. And then we're going to go back to CyberChef to decode the message. Okay, paste it in. And we need to do from base64 instead. Cypher says, I don't know why this doesn't work for me. So Cypher, if you let us know what part of the exercise isn't working for you, let us know, and maybe we can help you out. Second the Mind says, what's up? What is up? Second the Mind, nice to see you here. We're doing the latest challenge from Advent of Cyber right now. It's a lot of encoding and decoding. And if you're interested in taking a look, it's right over here. Okay, and what do we do from here? Ah, right, we were decoding. So we unclick to base64, and then we do from base64. Okay, and the message is, here's the password, and it's another base64 string. So we need to grab the base64 string and copy it, and then we will put it back into the input. And this results in another base64 string, and we'll grab that, and then we'll paste it into the input, and we get a password. So the password is, I told you to change it, exclamation point. So this is the password for the next level. And Shulk YC, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? And yeah, so I told you to change it as the password. We'll go back to the application, and we'll enter the password in here. I told you to change it, exclamation point. Click on bash. Okay, Cypher says, it responds with something like all hail King Malhare in B64 no matter what I put in. So this is for level 1, right? What you should be putting in is a specific question. So in level 1, what you want to do is you want to go to your network tab. Where's the network tab? So go to the network tab and then click on the level. Oh, sorry. Let me give you a demonstration. So this is level 1. You want to go over to the network tab and then click on level 1. So in level 1, there's a header. So the header is, there's a specific header that's hiding here, and it says, what is the password for this level? You need to base64 encode this specifically, and then send this to the chatbot, and that's going to get you the password for the next level. Sick in the Mind says, for anybody new to this, base64 is not encryption and is not supposed to be used with the expectation of privacy or security. Yeah, so encryption and encoding are different things, but some of the concept, it's easy to use base64 as like a learning tool for people who want to understand encryption, because it's still transferring information according to a specific system. But yeah, base64 is encoding and it's not encryption. All right, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so while the ads run on Twitch, I'll put on some birds. So it rained a lot last night, so I just want to put on this video here of some birds taking shelter from the rain. All right, we're going to be back in about 60 seconds, so enjoy the birds. I'm just going to have a little bit of a water break. Okay, I think the birds, oh, they come back. Okay. We got about 20 seconds left on the break, on the ad break rather. On level 2. Yeah, we're currently on level 2. Did you change the password? Yeah, did you change the password is the header we're looking for level 2. So you just need to base64 encode that and then give it to the chatbot. Okay, so let's what is the password for this level is the magic question for level 1. And yeah, so I'm just gonna continue on. This is really cramped. We're now doing level number 3. So we go over to level number 3. We can also answer the questions over at the TryHackMe page over here. So what is the password for the second lock? So the second lock's password was, I told you to change it, exclamation point. Jason IT Solution says, hack the box is still hard for me. I mean, hack the box, it can be a bit tough. Try some of the easier challenges, and it might be maybe it might be a little more manageable. Okay, so we're now moving on to task number 5. So this is, what is the name of this level? So task number 5 is third lock guardhouse. So for this level, we need to keep in mind a couple of different things. So as always, collect all the needed information, encoded username, encoded password from the guard, and an XOR key. So in this case, we're dealing with XOR encryption. And yeah, so let's talk about this. So over here, need to reload the page. So Cypher says, let's go all hail King Malhair no matter what. Okay, so Cypher, which level are you doing right now? Are you doing level 1 or level 2? It looks like you're doing level 2. So you want to take the phrase, did you change the password? And you want to put it into base64. Let me see if I can do it on the fly over here. So echo n. So try this. Try giving it this. Okay, Jason IT Solution. I do the labs and the challenges. They're all kind of stiff. Are you talking about Hack the Box Academy? Hack the Box Academy can be a bit information overload. They do a very thorough job telling you about all this stuff, but it's all given to you in a big whack of information. Shulk says, currently doing NahamCon 25. Yeah, so NahamCon has a CTF that's going on right now. But thank you for letting us know about that, Shulk. Shulk. Is it Shulk? I never know what to call people, but yeah. All right, let's continue. All right, so what do we got here? We've got a guard named Long Ears, so we need to encode this information. So Long Ears, we're going to go over to CyberChef and we're going to put in this. We're going to do 2 base64, which is going to give us this string. So this is the string we're going to be using for the username. Oh, Max. Okay. Cool Guy asks, do you stream on Kali too? Yeah, I'm streaming on Kali Linux right now. Well, I mean, I'm using Kali Linux right now, but I'm streaming from a Windows 10 machine. So I'll paste in the guard name here, which is encoded from Long Ears, and we need to get some other information from this level in the headers. So in the headers, we'll go up to level number 3, and we'll take a look at the headers here. So the headers, we've got some X level 3, X recipe key CyberChef. So CyberChef is a key that we're going to be using in our next decoding exercise. So we'll just keep it in mind, and we'll move on to what is going on in this level over at TryHackMe. So it's an XOR key. So from this lock onwards, there's no magic question, but sometimes you can ask the guard to nicely give you the password. It will still need to be decoded as per the login logic. Be aware that the guard may sometimes fall asleep or take a long time to respond, so keeping the message short will help get the answer. Even a simple password please will go a long way. So the first thing we need to do is we need to ask for the password. So I'm going to grab this question, password please, and we will go to CyberChef, and then we will encode this. Okay, so password please becomes this over here. I'm just going to copy it. And then we'll go to the chatbot. So to the chatbot, we'll ask this question, and then we'll send it. We just need to wait for the chatbot to respond to us. It might take a little bit, but let's talk about what kind of encryption or encoding we need to do this. So if you look at the login logic, there's a slight twist. The password is first XORed with the key and then encoded into base64. So we need to base64 decode this, and then we need to XOR it with the key in order to get the plaintext password. So XOR is a popular operation that, besides the input data, also uses a key. The process involves a bitwise exclusive OR between the data and the key. If you want to learn more about XOR encryption, then you can take a look at the cryptography course that we did over at HackerFrogs. Okay, you might ask, how do I reverse this? Well, skipping the long math explanation, XOR has a magic property. When you XOR the result with the key again, the result will be the initial data. So go ahead and try this inside of CyberChef. Put two XOR operations one after another, use the same key for both, and the output should be identical. Okay, so I'll do a little demonstration of this over here. So let's suppose that we want to encode this message. My name is the Shy Hat. We're going to use XOR encryption. We're just going to drag it in here, and we're going to provide a key. So let's see. So the key is going to be in plain English, so UTF-8. And actually, wait. This is what we're going to do. So we're going to use the word level, and we're going to use the keyword 13. So the key decimal number 13, and then we're going to encode it, and it becomes this. It should have become aloha. I'm a bit confused. Okay, so this was the XOR encryption. So level becomes AH bracket HA, and then we need to decode this. So to decode this, we would go in here and use an XOR operation again. But in this case, we would use the initial message. So the initial message was UTF-8 level. Actually, 13 in decimal. And then we get the initial output back. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the level. Where are we? So with this newfound knowledge, build the needed recipe to find the plaintext password. So if you actually take a look inside of the code, it tells you this is exactly what's going on in this level. So else if level equals 3, then, can I make this bigger? No. Uh-oh, I think I've screwed it up. Hold on, everybody. Gotta restore this back to where we're doing. Okay, so anyways, we're going to be doing these two things. We're going to be base64 decrypting, and then we're going to be doing an XOR operation with the CyberChef key. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so we got this message in response. So we're just going to copy that. We're going to go back to CyberChef to decode this. Paste it in, and then we're going to do from base64. And we get this message. Here is the password. So the password we know has been XORed with the key CyberChef, and it's also been base64 encoded. Control O returns the original zoom. Oh, I've never had to do that before. Thank you for that advice. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to decode from base64, and this gives us a bunch of garbage. So from here, we need to include the XOR operation. So let's look that up. We will drag in the XOR operation here, and then we're going to include a key. So the key is CyberChef And we need to make sure that this is in UTF-8 encoding. And then we get the password. So the password is Bugs Bunny. Save the mind said, I just did the Natus XOR challenge again last night. I challenged myself to do the entire 1 to 35 without using the browser as much as I can. So I'm fresh on the topic. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, it's good to challenge yourself. Okay, so the password is Bugs Bunny, and we can use this to finish the challenge. Okay, so here we'll go back to the guardhouse. Password Bugs Bunny, then click on Bash, and that's. Did that go through? I can't tell if it went through or not. Let's click on it again. All right, let me reload the page. Uh-oh, did my internet go out? Because it's not loading. Okay, I need to I need to check the web application. Hold on. All right, so where's my active machine information here? So these are on. So attacker machine is up. This should be up. I don't know why it's not. The application isn't responding to me right now. Let's try going to the. Yeah, the application is not responsive. I think there's something wrong with the server right now. Let me try communicating with it. Okay, so we've got our attack box. Let's try ping the machine. There's air in the tube. Yeah, that must be it. That must be it. Okay, so we'll try the ping command, ping C4. Oh, we can't communicate with the machine. So something weird must have happened with the machine. Okay, so we're gonna need to restart the machine. That's a big pain in the butt. Let me reload this page. Okay, where's my machine information? So yeah, it seems like the machine it terminated. So we're gonna have to restart it. Sorry about this, everybody. It'll take a couple of minutes for me to get back to where I was. But in the meantime, if anybody has any good jokes, I'd appreciate if you could share it in the chat. Jokes about cybersecurity or programming or like IT related stuff. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm just going to look at my notes because I can use my notes to speed through the process. So we've got. Okay, so the first guard's name was Cottontail. The second guard's name was Carrot Helm. And the third guard's name is like, I can't remember. Hold on, I've got it in my notes. Just a second. So I'm keeping notes on all of this stuff as well. So the username for this level is derived from Cottontail, and it's this. Okay, let me copy these because I'm going to be using these to expedite my getting back to where I was. So second level is Carrot Helm. This is the thing. Third level is Long Ears. And this is the basic C4. And I also need to keep track of the passwords. So the first password was GX000 has just subscribed to Twitch Prime. Welcome to the stream, GX000, and thank you very much for the Twitch Prime subscription on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so the first levels was I am so fluffy. And the second level's password was I told you to change it. And the third level's password is Bugs Bunny. Okay, so with this, I can go back and get back to where I was in the exercise. Sorry about the delay, everybody. Okay, the last thing I need to do is I need to figure out what the IP address of the new machine is. Okay, so the IP address is this thing. Let me copy it. Oh. Uh-oh. What is the IP address? Okay, I'm just going to keep it in chat so I can so I can reference it. So it is 1065 184 180. Okay, so let me just very quickly finish the first three levels. So the username is this one. And the password is I am so fluffy. Okay, so that's the first level, and then the second level is this is the username. And the password is I told you to change it. And the third level is this one over here, long ears and Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny. Okay, so that is the correct answer. And now we need to move on to level number 4. So Inner Castle, we'll click on this. And we need to keep track of the guard's name. So the guard's name is Lenny in this case. So we need to base64 encode this with CyberChef. Go in here. Oh, the XOR operation is still okay. Turn off the XOR operation. We were encoding this to base64. Here you go. So when you do this encoding, you need to make sure that there are no extra spaces or anything else. Otherwise, it's going to affect the output. Go back, and then we will paste in the username here. And what we need to do is we need to ask for the password. So to ask for the password, we need to go back to CyberChef. We'll do something like password please. And we'll get this, and then we will ask for the password. Paste it into the chatbot, send it. And it's going to take a little bit of time to come back. So let's read about what's going on in this task. So third lock, oh, we didn't answer the question. So the password is Bugs Bunny. Okay, fourth lock. So the logic is different in this case. So, okay, so we're dealing with hashing in this level. So after asking the guard for the password and looking at its reply, it seems a bit odd. At the same time, the login logic shows the use of an MD5 hash. So we're going to be talking a little bit about hashing in this level. So we asked the guard for the password, and it hasn't responded yet. But basically what we're talking about right here is we're talking about MD5 hashing. So inside of my Kali Linux terminal here, I can echo out any message. For example, password 1 or password 123, and then we can hash that using the MD5 method, using MD5 sum. And it becomes this. It becomes this string, but this string is basically it's a way of it's a one-way encryption method. So this will turn a string into another string of hexadecimal characters over here. But the thing about this is that it can be we can get the result or the original message by taking the MD5 string and then using a cracking website. So something like crackstation.net. So what this has is it has a bunch of things that it's already cracked, a bunch of passwords it's already cracked. And if we provide the MD5 string and we try to get it to crack this, traffic lights. How about these? Yeah. Okay, and we try to crack it, we get the original message back. It's able to determine that this hash string is an MD5 string, and the original message was password 123 exclamation point. Okay, so we'll go back to the challenge, and it looks like the chatbot has given us a reply. So we need to grab the message here, and then we need to go over to CyberChef. So in CyberChef, we're going to turn off to base64, and we're going to paste in from base64. Okay, and it says here is the password, and it gives us a something that looks like a hash. So specifically, when you see long strings of hexadecimal characters like this, this might be a hash. So what we can do is we can try to confirm this. So we'll grab this, we'll go over to crackstation.net, and then we'll paste in this hash string, and then we will crack it. Motorcycles, huh? Is that it? Buses. Oh boy, I love proving that I'm human. Stairs. Oh. How about this? Okay, crack it. All right, and we see that this MD5 hash is associated with password 1. So password 1 is our password. So I'm just going to copy that, go back to the challenge, and paste in the password. And then over here, we're going to paste it in here, and we're going to click on bash. Okay, so that was the correct password. So we go back to the hub over here. And yeah, so before we do the last part of the exercise, let me go over and provide the password here. So what is the password for the fourth lock? Paste it in, check. Okay, so the last level is a little bit tricky because it's random. It's slightly random how we do the decryption in this case. Are you ready for the final hurdle? As the defenses weaken, you receive another hidden message from McSkitty. I can see that you're ready to break the last lock. Be aware that Breach Blocker III implemented different mechanisms for the last lock, which change occasionally. Make sure that you match the correct approach when decoding the password. So that sounds tricky, but do not despair. You will find a way. So we find the method that is being used to encrypt the password inside of the headers. So we'll go back and we'll just go over to the prison tower last level here. And the first thing we need to do, of course, is we need to supply the username. So the username in this case is Carl. We'll copy that. We will paste this in, and we will do 2 base64, which gives us this string, copy it, then go over to username, paste it in, okay, and then we will ask for the password. So to ask for the password, we'll try the tried and true method, password please. And we will get this string, which we need to ask to the chatbot. Go back, paste this in, send it to the chatbot. And strangely enough, it responded right away. Huh. Okay, so let me grab this. And we'll try decoding it. So copy and then go to CyberChef. In CyberChef, we will put in the input, and then we will do from base64. Okay, and the message is here's the password. So it looks like a base64 string, but there's going to be more involved. So we'll go back here, we'll go to the headers, and in level 5, let's take a look at the HTTP headers. So we see X recipe ID R4. So this is actually, we need to look up what the recipe is in order to get this done. So we'll go back to the web page here. In the web page, note the recipe ID from the header and match the corresponding login logic. Below is a quick cheat sheet for decoding each recipe. So in this case, it's recipe number 4. So recipe number 4 is rot13 to from base64 and then rot47. So rot13 is another type of encryption where you rotate all of the letters in the message by 13 characters. Rot47, I don't think I've encountered this before. Let me do a quick lookup. Rot47 cipher. Okay, what is the rot47 cipher? A Caesar cipher rotated by 47 characters. It takes the ASCII characters between 33 and 126 and then moving them on 47 times. It's easy to reverse the cipher, but by just performing the same operation. Okay, that sounds like a lot of fun. Let's go back. So what we need to do is we need to do some rot13 first. So over in CyberChef, we're going to get the password here, and we're just going to pass it in as input. Okay, and then we're going to grab rot13 as the operation, and we're going to put it in the first slot for the recipe. So the thing about these recipes is that you can layer them. So the thing that's on the top is the first operation, and then the thing below is the second operation, and then the third operation, etc., etc. If they're turned on, of course. If they're turned off, they won't apply. So we see here that we've got a new output string. So we're just going to grab this. Actually, wait, we don't need to grab this. We need to decode it from base64. So from base64, we're going to turn this on, and this gives us a different message. So after this, we're going to apply rot47. So let me grab that. So rot47, we're going to put it below the base64 here. And then we get this message right here. So Sir breach blocker in leet speak, and let's go ahead and supply this as the answer. Okay, so don't think we need this anymore. Okay, so for the password, we paste it in and quick bash. And you have cleared a path for McSkitty to escape. Great. And then they give us a flag as a reward. So first of all, before we copy the flag, we'll go over to the TryHackMe room and we'll supply the password for the 5th lock. Okay, and then last, it says, what is the retrieved flag? So we're just going to go over here. We're going to grab the flag. And then we're going to supply this as the answer. Paste it in, check. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish off the room in the epilogue. So the epilogue, McSkitty escapes. That's great. Okay, as McSkitty passed by the inner castle, she heard the thunderous voice, "Why should Christmas have all the fun?" McSkitty managed to get back to Wareville just in time as TBFC was about to be hit by another disaster. So if you found decoding secrets interesting, you can check out the Introduction to Cryptography room. Check. And this is also the place where we can hop on to side quest number 3. So Hopper has left us a CyberChef link as a lead. See if you can recover the key and access the corresponding challenge in our side quest hub. So if you're interested in doing the side quests, this is where you get access to side quest number 3. But for us, we're finished. So click on check. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 17 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. This room was called CyberChef Operation Save McSkitty. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Sanders says, hack the planet indeed.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let me go ahead and, yeah, we're at, oh, geez. We've gone over time by about 30 minutes, but it should be okay. We're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool next. So let me go ahead and set 60 minutes on the clock, and then let's change up our topic. So topic 1 is done, topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. Okay, thank you very much, Deepak Rathor, for subscribing on Twitch. Sorry, on YouTube. Thank you very much. All right, let's go. So we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're doing privilege escalation. So a lot of people, privilege escalation is it's a fun part of, well, it's the last part of any network hacking exercise. So we're going to be talking about privilege escalation for the next 2 sessions. This is privilege escalation on Linux, of course. Okay, network hacking, we're looking at privilege escalation number 1. And this is here. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get started. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Network Hacking session number 9. So there's only one left after this. We might be doing a couple of extra ones just as a demonstration of how we can do some of these network hacking exercises. But yeah, so the official last session for network hacking is going to be the next stream. So this is the 9th session for network hacking. Let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. What are file upload attacks? So we were talking about file upload attacks last time. File upload attacks are a type of web app hack where malicious files can be uploaded to a web server and then accessed on the web app, executing the code within the uploaded malicious files. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a misnomer. You can do file upload attacks on regular network services that are not web apps, but web apps are the most common way that we see file upload attacks. But we're not talking about that today. We're talking about privilege escalation. So we usually call it PrivEsc. What is privilege escalation? How do we do privilege escalation via sudo commands? How do we do privilege escalation via SUID binaries? And how do we do privilege escalation via kernel hacks? Let's talk about this. What exactly is this thing called privilege escalation? So privilege escalation is the act of upgrading the level of access on a system, typically through abusing insecure settings or capturing credentials. So for this workshop, we're going to be accessing a room called tryhackme.com. well, it's going to be called Linux Priv. So let me go ahead and get the link. Okay, and if you're logged into TryHackMe, you should be able to access this for free. But let me go ahead and get that. Okay, so in this room, we're going to be learning the fundamentals of Linux privilege escalation from enumeration to abuse. Get hands-on with 8 different privilege escalation techniques. So we're not exactly going to follow the room, but we're going to be following it somewhat. So in task number 1, you can go ahead and click on check. And then we're going to go into the enumeration section. Just a sec, let me take a look at my notes. So we're going to be doing privilege escalation via sudo first. So if a user has sudo access with any command, there is a possibility of abusing that command for privilege escalation. Okay, so I think what we want to do is we want to start up the machine for privilege escalation sudo. So this is task number 6. So go ahead and click on task number 6, and then click on the Start Machine button associated with this room. Okay, so along with this, we're also going to be using the attack box. Oh, we don't need to use the attack box. We can just use the built-in machine. That's pretty good. Okay, so we're just going to wait for this to start up. But in the meantime, we can talk about how exactly we can abuse some things via sudo. So if a user has sudo access with any command, there's a possibility of abusing that command for privilege escalation. So this is an example from my machine over here. The users of the shy hat may run the following commands. So all. So the shy hat user can run any command using sudo. So this is pretty typical of admin users. And usually how you can tell what your sudo permissions are on a system is you type in sudo-l. So sudo-l is going to list out your sudo permissions, and usually you need to provide a password when you give this command. So the user the shy hat may run the following commands on HackerFrogs. So HackerFrogs is the name of the machine, and all. So as any user, as any group, you can run any command. So these are typical sudo permissions for admin users on a Linux machine. It just means that if you type in the word sudo and then you give a command, then you can run that command as if you're the root user. So the reason why we use the sudo command is because we don't always want to run as the root user, even if we have those permissions, because sometimes you can accidentally run destructive commands when you're not careful when you're running your terminal commands. But anyways, so if we try to read the shadow file, which has all the password hashes, we wouldn't be able to read it because it gives us permission denied. So etc shadow has the password hashes. Normal users can't read it, but if you give the sudo command, actually let me just for security's sake, we'll do this on a different machine. So the machine is going to be over the TryHackMe one. Let's do the TryHackMe one. Okay, so we're currently, I think we're the Karen user in this exercise. So we're the Karen user in this case. Like before, we're going to type in sudo-l to get our sudo permissions on this system. So it says here, user Karen may run the following commands on this host. Okay, so all, no password. So as any user with no password, we can run the following commands. We can run find, we can run less, and we can run nano. So typically when you have access to sudo with specific commands, there's the possibility we could abuse these privileges and we could get elevated access because the sudo command runs as the root user, which is the highest level user on the system. So we can run sudo find, and we can run it as the root user. So we can find, I don't know, let's just look for the root user's files. And if we run this, we get all of the files that are owned by the root user. But we want the other thing we can do is we can explore whether or not these commands can give us elevated access by going to a common website that's called gtfobins.io. gtfobins.io. So you can take a look at this yourself over here. And basically, this gives us, we can search whether or not a specific command on a Linux system can give us elevated access somehow. So for example, if you want to look up the word the find command, it says here that it's got a few different entries depending on what permissions you have. So for example, you might have sudo permissions, you might have suid permissions, you might have shell permissions. So in our case, we've got sudo permissions, so we'll just click on that. Okay, and it says here that under sudo, if the binary is allowed to be run as superuser, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate or maintain privileged access. They also give us a command we can use to abuse the find command to get elevated access. So this is the command we're going to be using here. If you're ever a bit confused about what the command actually does, you can use this website over here. It's called Explain Shell. And this will help explain what is going on in this command. Okay, so it says here, so execute a command is another user, sudo find, it searches for files. So exec is going to run a command, and the command we're going to run is binsh. We're going to get a terminal shell as in the middle of the execution of the find command. So because it's being run as sudo, if we open up a shell in the middle of the command, it's going to give us a shell in the context of the root user. So the last thing we need to do is we need to quit. What does quit? Exit immediately, so no child process will be left behind. It's just a way of exiting from the command, but still giving us our terminal shell. So we're just going to go back to the machine, and we're going to paste in this command. Oh, okay, looks like we can't paste in the command. I'm just going to type in the command, sudo find dot exec. Ooh, I didn't put in the space. Exec /bin /sh /semicolon-quit. So if this runs successfully, we will not be the Karen user, we'll be the root user. Okay, and one way to tell that we're a different user or an elevated user is that we see that the prompt is an octothorpe or a hash symbol instead of the regular $sign here. If we ask who am I, we are root. So I guess we can redeem this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we just became the root user, and we were able to do it through abusing this find command over here. Each one of these commands is going to have a slightly different way of abusing its access to elevate privileges and become the root user. So let me exit from here. So we go back to being the Karen user. And the next one is the less command. So the less command is a little bit, well, here's the thing. If for some reason you were a bit confused about whether or not you can use this command to get elevated access or do privilege escalation, we can always ask the AI for advice. So I think this is a pretty good, hold on. I think this is a pretty good use of the AI because sometimes you might get, it might be a little bit hard to understand whether or not what we can do with our capabilities. So can I do privilege escalation with this sudo command? Okay, we will plug in the sudo command, and it will tell us whether or not it's feasible to do this. Or at least it will when it answers. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. But the other way we could do it is we could just go over to GTFO bins. This is probably the easier way to do it. And we could look this up. So that was the less command. And it says less has an entry on sudo. So we can click on that. So if the binary is allowed to be run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So this is what we do. We open up any file using the less command, and the less command is basically used as a pager. It's a pager program. So what we mean by pager program in this case is cat. Let's see. We'll run less, and we'll run it on etc. How about we run it on user share wordless rocku.txt. Okay, and what the less program does is it allows you to look at the output of a file, but you can scroll through by using the up and down arrow keys. So one thing that people don't, a lot of people don't know this about the less program is that you can actually run commands inside of the less program. So you do exclamation point slash bin bash. So if you do that, it'll open up a terminal, and then in the middle of execution here, you can open up a terminal. So if you exit, then you can go back to the less program here. So because you can run commands in the middle of the less binary, we can use this for privilege escalation. And the way we do this is we just read something, and then we break out into a shell, like with this command here. So the way we do this is go back to the TryHackMe machine, and then sudo less on, what do they have for the example? Etc profile. Okay. So sudo less etc profile. So this runs the less program, and we can just so in the middle of this, we type in exclamation point slash bin bash, and that'll open up the terminal for us. So from here, we are now the root user. So who am I? We are root, which means we can go into the root directory, and we can read all the root only files over here. Very, very nice. Okay, so there's one last command that we're going to be using to get sudo access with. sudo-l. So the last command is the nano command. So nano is a text editor, and basically any text editor inside of Linux is going to let you open up run additional commands inside of the text editor. So if you see that you have sudo access with any text editor, it's usually a pretty good indication that you're able to do privilege escalation. So we can go back to GTFO bins, and we can look up the entry for nano. So nano with sudo. So if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, etc., etc. So we run sudo nano, and then we do Control R and then Control X. Let's go ahead and show what this looks like. So back in here, sudo nano. So we could do Control R. So it looks like we're accessing a file. So Control R and then Control X to execute a command. Control X, command to execute. So we're going to be executing this command right here. So this is a whole command. we're basically going to be resetting the terminal and then running the sh shell. So reset the terminal, run the sh shell. This is going to give us some terminal access. So let's go back. So command execute reset sh1 and 0, and then 2 greater than and 0. So what these are at the end over here, these are basically redirections of input and output. What are they called? File descriptions. So basic input, basic output, basic error stuff, they're all going to be redirected. Okay, it executes, and then we see we've got a prompt. So who am I? It says root. We can clear the screen, and now we've got root access one more time. So of course,
What are you?
I'm system root.
okay, so that's probably the most straightforward way you get privilege escalation on a system, but we'll explain a couple of other methods as well. So let me terminate this machine. And we'll move on to the next method we're going to be using today. So we can list out the permissions in Linux with the sudo-l command. And there's a popular website called GTFO bins, which can be used as a lookup for whether a Linux command can be used for privilege escalation or not. So the next thing we're going to be exploring is privilege escalation via SUID binaries. So let me go ahead and go back to the room, and I think SUID is task number 7. So click into task number 7, and then start up the room. Start up the machine. So task 7, start machine. So we'll talk about what SUID binaries are in just a second, while the machine is getting ready to is starting up. So what are these SUID binaries? So SUID binaries are commands that are run in the context of the file's owner by default. So most SUID binaries are owned by the root user, and certain SUID binaries can be used for privilege escalation. So the first method we used was using the sudo command with a certain binary. In this case, we're going to be abusing binaries that run as the root user by default, and we can use some of these to gain privilege escalation. So bit008 says this class would save me 2 hours of research on a box that I did last week. Oh, which command was it? Which SUID was it SUID binaries or sudo stuff? Okay, so for SUID binaries, we can look up which binaries on a system have SUID assigned to them with this command over here. Find /-perm -4000 and then, to-dev null, which is going to get rid of all the error output. So, I mean, I can do it on my Kali Linux system here. So find / just like this. So this finds specifically SUID binaries. So the thing about SUID binaries is that there's usually a lot of legitimate SUID binaries that are not going to be able to get you privilege escalation on the system. So one thing that we should do is when we encounter a big list of potential SUID binaries, we can pass them over to the AI to ask about whether or not any of them are abusable. So let me grab a few of these. And then I will go over to our good friend, the AI. In this list of SUID binaries, are any of them unsafe? Okay, we paste in the list of SUID binaries. It was an SUID. Oh, was it a common one or something that you had to do a bunch of research on? So typically the AI has a pretty good knack for identifying like weird SUID binaries. Well, they have to be weird SUID binaries, and they have to be fairly common programs. If you got something very, very unusual, then it's not going to be able to give you a very good answer. But the other thing you could do is you could slowly go through this list on GTFO bins and look up whether or not these have an entry for SUID. But yeah, let's go over to the room, and in the room we can look up the SUID binaries. So find slash perm minus 4000 to dev null. Okay. So we've got a bunch of different SUID binaries here, and we can let's just make a list of them. Oh, okay, this is it's a bit awkward. Can't scroll up. So bit008 says that the SUID would change the user to Docker and then had to Docker stuff to get the flag. The group was messed up after going into the Docker user. Oh, okay. This sounds like a custom binary. Okay, I think, can I make this smaller? Can we make everything smaller? Just a second, everybody. Sometimes you can mess around with this stuff. And you know what? I'm just going to grab this list. So I'm just going to grab this list, copy it, and then let's see if we can paste it into the AI. What about this list of SUID binaries? Okay. And we'll just, yeah, those were different ones, right? At least I hope so. It ends with the at and mount. Okay, so sorry everybody, let me make everything nice and big again. Oh, that's a little bit too big. It's a little bit better. Okay, and then we'll go over to, let's see if the AI gives us some good answers. So this list is much more interesting than the previous one. Most entries are normal, but one stands out as generally unsafe, and two are conditionally risky. So this is user bin base 64. So this is a red flag. Base 64 should never be SUID on a standard Linux system. It can read arbitrary files and encode them. When you use it as SUID, it can be abused to read root-only files, such as credentials and flags. So, if we go over to GTFO bins to investigate this further, we can look up base 64, and there's an entry for SUID. So click on that. So basically, it does not drop elevated privileges, may be abused to access the file system. If it is used to run sh-p, omit the p arguments. Okay. So it looks like what we can do with the base64 command is we can do privileged file read. This doesn't necessarily get us shell access as the root user, but we can read random files. So if we go over to here, and I think we can paste it in. No. 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 Okay. So this is the command we're going to use. We're going to base64, and we need to specify a file. So the file we're going to specify is the shadow file. The shadow file is file hashes. So it's basically the password hashes for the users on the system. And this is usually something that only the root user can read. And then we're going to base64 decode it. So this will let us read any file on the file system. So generally what you would do with this kind of attack is you would use the privileged file read to read file hashes, and then you would use another program to crack the hashes. So if you're able to crack these password hashes, then you can get access as these users. Okay, so what are some other things we could abuse here? So user bin at used to schedule jobs often runs jobs as the submitting user, but I wonder if this is what we need to take a look at. Actually, another thing we could do is we can cheat a little bit and take a look at the task here. So this talks about how to find SUID binaries as well. Let's see. So the attached VM has another binary with SUID other than nano. Wait, was nano part of the list? Hold on. Let me get that list again. Find / perm -4000 devnull. Miguel asks, can you full Kali VM? What do you mean by full Kali VM? Okay, so base 64, fuser mount. I don't see nano in here. What are they describing over here? They describe nano as being SUID in here, but it's not. It's not SUID in this list. Okay, but anyways, what you generally want to do is you want to grab the list of SUID binaries and then pass it to something like the AI to identify whether or not something can be done about this. So the other thing that the AI identified is the at binary here. Let me see if there is an entry for this one in GTFO bins. So I don't see it here. How about PicoCTF? So this one only has an entry for sudo, so that's probably not it. So the only thing we were able to do from this exercise here was the base64 command, which we had SUID access with. Okay, that's fine, but yeah. Let's go ahead and move on to the last method of privilege escalation for the day. So privilege escalation via kernel hacks. So kernel hacks are hacks that target the lowest level of operations in an operating system. Typically, older versions of operating systems are vulnerable to kernel hacks. So we can use the uname-a command to return the OS version for a computer. And this is generally how you would identify whether or not a system is vulnerable to these kind of attacks. Miguel, yes, uname. It's not full size. Oh, you mean over here? Well, I mean this is terminal only. I mean we can make this a little bit bigger, but making it let's see. It doesn't. Well, I mean I don't find that it helps that much, because we are kind of moving between the web page and the machine as well. And in fact, I think we'll terminate this machine. And I think what they want us to do is they want us to take a look at the kernel X section right here. The Christmas stuff and a frog. Oh, okay. But yeah, we're not going to be working on this for super too much longer. Okay, so task number 5 is talking about kernel X stuff. You can click on the Start Machine button. And while this is going, we'll talk a little bit about this. So uname-a is how we would get the version of our system here. So the version of Linux being used is this over here. We could search for this, or whether or not there are any vulnerabilities specific to this kernel of Linux. But generally, if something is relatively up to date, it's not going to have any well-known kernel hacks. But if it's a very old version of Linux, then it might be on the table. So we can research whether a particular version of an OS is vulnerable by using the search exploit command or using a search engine. So Linux kernel this, and it's usually going to be able to give you some results. So let's go back to TryHackMe, and let's find out what version of Linux is being used here. So uname-a, uname-a. So this is Linux 3. Actually, so this is a version of Ubuntu as well. So 3.13.0 generic. So 3.13.0. Let me just type that in. And we can do a little bit of search over here. Okay, and we've got this over here from the DB website. Okay, so this is all the way back from 2015. So overlay FS local privilege escalation. Okay. So let's see what TryHackMe has to say about this. So the kernel and Linux system manages the communication between components such as the memory on the system and applications. This critical function requires the kernel to have specific privileges, thus a successful hack will potentially lead to root privileges. So the kernel methodology is simple. Identify the kernel version, search and find code for that particular kernel version on the target system, and then run the thing. So, being too specific about the kernel version while searching for stuff on Google is not recommended. Let's see. Be sure you understand how the code works before you launch it. Some code can make changes to the operating system, which would make them unsecure in further use and make irreversible changes to the system. So one of the reasons why we don't like to go directly to kernel hacks when we're working in real-world environments is that the kernel hacks usually make the system unstable, and they very often cause crashes. So find and use an appropriate kernel thing to get root privileges in the system. Okay. What does it say here? Look for the code related to the CVE that you found in the previous task. In the previous task? I don't even remember. Okay. So we see here that it's probably this thing. This one over here, overlay FS local privilege escalation. So I wonder, so this code over here relies on the framework. So the framework is not on the system, so we're not going to be able to use this. We're probably going to need to... I know this person. Okay. Anyways, we, well, because I'm not too sure about this, we can try looking at Notes by Nisha's article on this as well. I think she worked through this with us like last year sometime. Okay, what is the host name of the current system? What is the, yeah, so this is the, I think this is the same we're looking at right here. So they're talking about cat, etc. OS release. Let's take a look at that. So this is Ubuntu version 14.4, 14.04. So it was, yeah, this was a long time ago. Okay, what version of the Python language? What vulnerability seems to affect the kernel of the target system? So we're looking for a CVE number. So we found this same thing over here. So the DB entry, and I think what we want to do is we want to try looking up this particular CVE number and looking to see if we can find some GitHub code. So this is the CVE number here. So we'll try searching for this. So we'll just put the word GitHub on the back of this. Usually what this can find is it can find people who have GitHub repositories that cover this particular vulnerability. So if we click on this, okay, so this is just a report. So this is the matching, yeah, okay. So they got a C file that we need to compile, and this should give us privilege escalation on the target. Let's take a look at the raw. We will copy everything here. Then we will go over to, oh, you know what might get in the way of this? I don't think we can copy paste into the terminal, which is a really big problem. Hold on. So this is our Linux, let's try, yeah, this didn't, we can't copy paste. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get this done. Hold on. Let me go over to the code. So this is the code. Select all, copy. Then we'll try pasting this in. No, we can't do it. So I don't, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to get this done. What's another way we could try to get around this? So we can copy paste, but only within. The other thing is that we don't have. I don't know if we've got direct SSH access to this machine. Hold on. So we got an IP address here. I'm going to see if I can access this via the TryHackMe network. Okay, so I think I might have the TryHackMe key in here. Yeah, this one right here. So we're just going to open VPN into here. Okay, and then after we're connected, let me see if I can communicate with this machine. Okay, we can communicate with the machine. I think they gave us some SSH credentials for the machine as well. So let me see if I can get that done. So username is Karen and the password is password1. So we'll try SSHing into the machine. So SSH Karen at this. Okay, and then the password is password 1. Okay, awesome, awesome. So we've got access to the machine now, and I think I'll just move into the temp directory, and then we can create the code. Great. So after that, we will, let's grab that code from here, paste it in. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to compile the code over here, because it's just a C file right now. We need to create a binary out of this. So sometimes in these examples, they show you how to compile the command. So in this case, they do. So they just use the GCC compiler, and there's nothing special about this. Sometimes there are special requirements when you compile it, but in this case, I don't think there is. So I'm just going to grab that command. Okay. So this should compile the code into a binary file. Okay, so now we've got this one here. We'll just run it. We'll make it executable first. And then we'll run it. And now we're the root user. Yay! Okay, we got it done.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So what did we do there? Because the version of Linux was very, very old, it was vulnerable to a kernel hack. So we got the kernel hack code from a random, well, not a random, but from a GitHub repository over here. And then we compiled the code, and then we ran the code, which took advantage of the kernel vulnerability, and we got ourselves some root access. So I think we'll call it here. But let's just get out of here first. Okay. Let's terminate the machine. So let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. Privilege escalation via sudo. So if a user has sudo access, or that is root access with any command, there's the possibility of abusing that command for privilege escalation. So this is one of the basics of privilege escalation for easy machines. You check if you have sudo permissions. Usually you'll have permissions with some random binary, and then you look up how to use that binary on a website like GTFO bins. So there's also privilege escalation via SUID. This is also very common on easy network hacking challenges. SUID binaries are commands that are run in the context of the file's owner by default, and most SUID binaries are owned by the root user, and certain SUID binaries can be used for privilege escalation. So generally you look for a big list of these SUID binaries and then check to see if any of them are vulnerable. You would usually use something like an AI or a list, and they'll generally be able to identify any obviously insecure SUID binaries in your list of binaries. And the last thing we took a look at is privilege escalation via kernel hacks. So kernel hacks are hacks that target the lowest level of operations in the operating system. Typically, older versions of operating systems are vulnerable to these kernel hacks. So the other thing about kernel hacks that you have to understand is that they're usually kind of dangerous because they usually make the system unstable and can lead to crashes. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Network Hacking Workshop, we'll finish up our look at Linux privilege escalation. So in the room that we've been using today, there's a few more privilege escalation techniques that we're going to be going through. I think we're going to be talking about cron jobs. We're going to be taking a look at cron jobs, capabilities, and what's the last one we're looking at? We're going to be taking a look at automated enumeration tools as well. So please look out for that. That's going to be next time. What day is it today? It is Wednesday. That's going to be on Friday. So everybody, let's move on to the next part of today's stream. So we're doing topic 3. It is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Okay, we're going to be doing some Linux web app hack. Well, sorry. We're going to be doing some web app hacking stuff over at PicoCTF.org. So PicoCTF.org is one of my favorite CTF education or cybersecurity education platforms, and you can make an account over here for free. So generally, you can make an account over here for free. If you want to, you can join in along with us while we're doing the challenges. And we're going to be doing some web app challenges. So let me go ahead and change this up to web app hacking. Okay, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to give ourselves about an hour to work with, and we're going to try to solve as many of the challenges as we can. Okay, so let's find some of these challenges that I haven't done yet. So we got Pachinko and we got eval. This one is not very highly rated. A lot of people are not happy about this. How about we do the one that people are a bit more happy about? Okay, let's try this one. So if you want to take a look at what we're looking at, it is over here. And I think we're going to do a write-up for this as well. So while we're working on these challenges, we typically like to record or document what we're doing inside of the challenges. So I'm just going to do this over here on the GitHub. So this is for PicoCTF. What year challenge is this? This is from 2025. Oh, this is very recent. Okay. So 2025, this is for web app. And let's go ahead and start up a little file. We're going to call this eval. And in each one of these challenges, we're going to try to record a few different things while we're doing our write-up. So the URL of the challenge, the concept we need to understand to finish the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so let me just get the URL of the challenge first. And you know what? Let's play some music, because I like having a little bit of music in the background. Let's play some XCOM. Okay, so we have the URL. Here it is. The concept. We don't know the concept yet. Let's take a look at the challenge. So ABC Bank's website has a loan calculator to help its clients calculate the amount they pay if they take a loan from the bank. Unfortunately, they are using the eval function to calculate the loan. Bypassing this will give you RCE, remote code execution. Can you hack the bank's calculator to read the flag? Okay, let's launch the instance. So I guess we're talking about insecure eval functions. I'm not exactly sure what programming language the application is written with. I guess we'll find out in just a sec. The website is running here. Okay, we'll take a look over here. If anybody else wants to take a look at the same website we're looking at, you can try it out over here. Okay, enter the formula, execute. So can we just copy this? So enter a formula and execute. 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1. Result equals 2. Okay, this is This is... So obviously what we need to do is we need to escape. We need to escape this, and we need to run our remote code execution. Let me just check to see if this is server-side template injection or not. Result, error unhashable type set. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we can get this thing to do math for us. It's pretty obvious. Oh, to do secure Python Flask eval execution by blocking malicious keywords like os eval something something. Okay. So what tech is in the site? So I mean, this is what we're trying to figure out. It looks like we're dealing with Python Flask, Wapalizer, or what web. I mean, I don't think it's necessary in this case. So this is to do, which means it's not secure right now. Okay, so another thing we could do is Payload Playground is a website that I've been trying to make more use of, and we can do we can get payloads for a bunch of different attacks over here. So I think what we're dealing with is server-side template injection, and let's see. These are detection payloads. The templating engine, I think it's going to be Jinja 2. Because Jinja 2 is associated with Python. And in most server-side template injection exercises, I've noticed that they use a lot of Jinja 2. So what if I just supply the word config to the application? Just a second. Name config is not defined. Okay, let's go back. Self. Self is also not defined. Result 49. Okay, so I think we can between the curly brackets, I think if you curly bracket this, it's going to give you an error. So unhashable type set. Python Flask eval. So Python Flask eval, let's do a little bit of research on this. So Python Flask eval hacking or command injection. Okay, so the eval function with unsanitized input in a Flask application causes severe code injection vulnerabilities. So you would run something like eval expression. So attacker can run any Python code here. Okay, so an attacker could submit an expression like import OS something something. Well, I mean, this is pretty extreme. We don't want to do RM, RF, etc., etc. We want to do something a little bit more constructive. So we would do something like who am I instead, because it's a lot less. Payload all the things. Payload all the things. I mean, we're using what is it called? Payload Playground right now. I'll get you the link. Yeah, I think I provided the link up there. Okay, let's go back. We'll try this one. Detected forbidden keyword OS. So there are filters in place. So blocking malicious keywords like OS, eval, exec, bind, connect, Python, socket, lscat, shell bind, etc., etc. So we are dealing with implementing regex. So the regex is So we need to create. So OS is not allowed. I think system is allowed. System is allowed, but OS isn't allowed. So is there another library that we can import that is not OS? Okay, so eval is here. O plus S? Oh, I mean, we could try. Import O plus S. This is a bit sneaky. Yeah, we can give it a try. Where is it? Here. Result 0. Okay, so I guess it didn't. I guess it didn't work. Unless we give a different system command. So who am I? Well, or maybe 0 is the name of the user. How about we try L plus S and be even more sneaky? Result equals 0. Okay, so it looks like it's not going through. Yeah, when we import, we need to import with lowercase letters. Actually, can we import and then use something? So system returns 0. So Miguel says, okay. ID read. I mean, OS is going to get caught. The string OS is going to get caught by the system. Import platform.os.system who am I? Yeah, I mean, we've got a list of words that we're not allowed to use over here. Ronan, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome in. So we can't use words like OS, eval, exec, bind, connect, Python, socket, lscat, shell, and bind. Can you try? We can try. Detected forbidden keyword OS. So OS makes it so that, well, you know, we can't include this. Cat flag.txt, shell, true, standard out. I'm pretty sure cat has been put on the... Yeah, cat is on the naughty list as well. So cat isn't going to let us read it. So here, if we put this in, it's going to say forbidden keyword detected cat. Change cat to something else. What else could we use? cat at C plus A T plus flag.txt. It still detects cat. It detects cat after it's put together, I guess. More? Yeah, I guess we could try. We could try more. Wait, where is cat? It still says that there's cat. Is there something wrong? Oh, communicate. Yeah, okay, okay. Communicate contains the word cat. Okay. So eval exec these cat. We need to avoid using these in our payloads. Oops. So detection payloads, we want to RCE. So RCE Python Jinja 2. I mean, this should work because it doesn't have any of the forbidden words in it. Hold on. We'll give this a try. Forbidden keyword ls. Okay, so there's no where's ls in here? Globals. So we can't use the word globals because ls is in there. It's a bit of a kick in the pants. Let's try this one. Unexpected end of file while parsing line 1. Oh. Unhashable type list. So we can't... Result is what? What is this? Empty list. Okay, so class subclasses myflask app hello.txt, write hello here. Well, I can give it a shot. Forbidden keyword. So the dot is a forbidden keyword. We can't put any dots. This is getting a little... It detected a forbidden key. Oh, maybe the forbidden keyword is the empty string. Do we create an empty string here? Oh, there is an empty string here, yeah. You're missing the next part of the command. The next part of the command? You mean the next part of the command that you pasted in? Wait. Oh, okay. Our instance turned off. So we need to relaunch the instance. Did you try normal command injection, like who am I? I don't think that's going to work, because this is Python we're dealing with. Okay, so the new website is here. So regular, this isn't working off of like this isn't working off of a web server. So if we do I don't know, something like this isn't going to work. So unexpected EOF while parsing. So just putting in like random stuff and then trying to use like commands like this isn't gonna go through, because this has to be interpreted as Python code. So, I mean, we had a very basic command over here. Or was it? Something like this. So if we could... If we can somehow bypass this filter... Maybe we can do some, Can you change the blacklisted stuff and put it in like binary or hex or base64? I think what we can do is we can try to edit this. So inside of Python, right? Python, and then print chr or ord 41. Actually, wait, was it like 70 something? 70. Print ord. Would expect a string of length 1 but int found. Oh, it's not ord, it's chr. chr 70? So this prints out, we just need to find the lowercase o and the lowercase f. So ASCII to decimal. Or it gives you the ASCII. Right. So we want to get, where's the ASCII chart? We want to get the decimal for O and then S. So O is, lowercase o is 157. And lowercase s is 163. So 157, 163. So 157, did I get the wrong number? Lowercase o. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so 150, 111 and 115. 111, 115. And then 115. Okay, so let's see if this works. So character 111 plus character 115. We'll put this in the middle of here. Okay, and then we'll go back in here. Result 0. Okay, I mean it went through, but it didn't give us anything we want back. Maybe we need to print everything? Print. Result none. Keeping the things or no? Hold on. So this should be a string. If this is a Python C, this stuff. So os.system returns 0 of success, so it works. So I mean, we want to print out the we want to print out. So system, who am I? So we import it here. Try RMRF instead of who am I. Well, I mean, we want to get the flag. Unmatched set. Result 0. So I mean, it seems like it's working, but we can't. I want to get something back instead of just getting this. Let me see if I can get a hint. Okay, so hint number 1 is bypass regex. Bypass the regex. Okay. Delete the thing and then restart the instance. Well, I mean, I mean, that would be an indication that that something is going on. That it's actually going through. But there's got to be a better way. So the eval function bypass regex. So the regex looks like this. So what is this actually catching? So this is a pretty good use for the AI, because I don't know what the regex is actually matching on. Let's try asking Claude. What is this regex matching on? We'll provide the regex here. Is this one hard level? I mean, I'm not sure if it's like super hard. I don't really do. I haven't done a lot of like Python eval RCE stuff before, so it's new to me. If you want to play around with the application, you can do it over here for the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah, 13 minutes. Okay, this regex is matching multiple patterns commonly used in security hacks and attacks. So it is hexadecimal numbers. So matches. Okay. So we can't use hexadecimal. And it's also matching on Unicode escape sequences. So we can't use Unicode. and URL encoded characters. We can't use URL encoded characters, and we can't use file extensions. So we can't match PHP, exe, or anything like that. That's tough. Is this rated easy, medium, or hard on PicoCTF? This is a medium level challenge. Okay, we can't use backslashes or forward slashes. Oh, wow. We can't use double dot. Okay, we can't do double dot. So what this regex detects, so this is something like a web application firewall that detects hex encoding, Unicode bypass, URL encoding, file extensions, path separators, and path traversal. So this matches on a lot of stuff. But strangely, I think we've got some of this stuff to go through. I mean, this didn't get detected. We've got this dot system. So, Okay, this would typically be used in a security filter. Yeah. So if you need to bypass this in a CTF, use different encodings. HTML entity encoding or base64. I wonder if we can get base64 working. Use different path traversal, null bytes of old PHP. Case variations. Okay, let's get another hint. So bypass regex. The flag file is /flag.txt. So we know exactly where the where this thing is. The problem is we can't get so import OS and .system who am I. So .system who am I, we can't get this to run ID. Result is 0. Skylar Hawkins, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nan Cat? Here you go. I think we've had success here. I wonder if we change ID to these CHR functions as well, if that's going to go over okay. So instead of ID, we run ls, but ls is going to be something. L is 108, and then S is 115. So we just substitute this stuff in there, and then we might be able to run our commands. Let's go back. Okay, this does this still doesn't give us anything that we can read, unfortunately. We want to read something. So if we go in here and do like print hello, result none. This doesn't give anything. This doesn't give anything back to us. So I mean, we need to figure out how to actually print stuff on the screen. Because if we can't print stuff on the screen, we're not going to be able to finish the challenge. So the regex over here. Okay, let's get the last hint. So the last hint is you might need encoding or dynamic construction to bypass restrictions. I mean, we kind of knew that. Is there something super obvious that I'm not getting here? In the backend, they might have a try-catch block that checks if the output is in an integer or float format. Maybe try to convert the output back to ASCII. Maybe try to convert the output back to ASCII. So they might have a try-catch block that checks if then you can manually convert it using your table. So if that's the case, then then we might be able. So it's checking to see if it's a number, right? So print integer of actually let's do print integer, just print integer 1, or just print 1, just print 1 to see if this is result none. Okay, so print 1 doesn't work. Print the integer version of 1 also doesn't work. So a try-catch block that checks if the output is an integer or float format. So it does math okay. So if you just give it math, it will give you it will do the calculations. So what worked? Import popen read. Oh, interesting. So this, okay, does this work? Import os popen read. Result app.py static templates. Oh, okay, so this command did work. All right, everybody, we've got ads running in on Twitch, so I'll run an ad on YouTube. And I'll also put on some birds. How about these birds? All right, we'll be back in about 40 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, Miguel says, why not YT? Why not YouTube? What do you mean by why not YouTube? I mean, the ads are actually a lot easier on YouTube because you can skip them. You can't skip the ones on Twitch. But anyways, these are my favorite birds. And they love their peanuts. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. So import O plus S, popen, L plus S, read. So this gives us our stuff. The other thing we need to do is we need to... Well, I mean, from here... Oh, no. What? No, we're not leaving. We're not leaving. We're just doing an ad break. Okay, O plus S, popen, this works. Great. I mean, I guess we can... we can cat whatever we want. Cat... cat plus. Oh, we can't necessarily, we can't do a slash. So if we do just slash flag.txt, this is going to get caught. Man, this looks really messy now. Oh, is this not going? Uh-oh. I think... Let me reload this challenge. I think there's something screwy going on with this. It's not running. Okay, that's great. So this thing shuts down every 15 minutes or so? So as soon as the thing comes back online, we can try it out in the new one. But Casey, thank you very much for letting us know about the working payload. Okay, new tab. Detected forbidden keyword dot. So, man, this is a bit of a pain in the butt because the dot is forbidden. But RMRF didn't work. Well, I mean, we'll try again next time. So, yeah, detected forbidden keyword dot. So if it shuts down every 15 minutes, why not make it dupe itself every 14 minutes and 30 seconds? I mean, it's not really an option over here. We can restart the instance. But yeah, every time we restart the instance, we're going to get a different port number. Detected forbidden keyword dot. So how do we... Man, how do we get around this dot? We can't include dots. How about we try asking the... We are doing a CTF challenge where we can't use the dot in any of our payloads. How do we get around the restriction with the filters in place? Oh, you know what? I think we might be able to do the ASCII table here. So the ASCII table includes the dot. So the dot is... where is it? So the period dot full stop. This is 46. So if we print out character 46, that's the dot. So let's give this a try. Plus character 46. Detected forbidden keyword. So even when it evaluates it, the character becomes the dot. So I guess it doesn't work. That's kind of a pain in the butt. Let's see what the AI has to say about this. Okay, here are multiple ways to bypass a no dot filter in CTF challenges. Use CHR and to build dots. Okay, so CHR and CHAR. Okay, well, this didn't work. So this is SQL injection. That's not going to work. JavaScript, PHP, URL, HTML encoding, octal encoding. So I'm pretty sure octal encoding should... I mean, I don't know if it's going to work because it after it evaluates, it's going to detect the dot. I think character CHAR is transform. Let me look it up real quick. Python CHAR function. Okay, so Python uses... We're looking for this. Huh. It doesn't want me to tell about this. So is there a char function in Python? So char is... Nope. They're talking about something different now. Yeah, I only see CHR. So if you got a link for documentation on this other function you're talking about, CHAR, let me know. But the funny thing is that Claude mentions it here. Maybe I should just ask Claude. Hold on. The most universal bypass use CHR in function, CHAR in SQL or string. Okay. So import who am I read. What is the name of the challenge? The name of the challenge is called eval, and this is the link over here. Okay, so try who am I read. Who am I? So we're the app user. So if we know that we're the app user, So we're not allowed to use the dot. I don't think we're allowed to use the slash either. The other thing we could do... Oh, jeez. So let's see. The CHAR function is SQL. So in Python, the bypass method would be CHR. PHP, it's the same thing. But the bypass method doesn't really work. Does it work? Let's go back. So if we just pop in a random CHR 46, which is the dot, it's going to detect this. Oh, this is nothing. Wait. So P open. So this worked. Can we give it like an F string? And the other thing that we might be curious about this is whether or not we're able to do multiple lines. So if we could do multiple statements, that would be really helpful. So here we can do who am I? And then print hello. Can you separate them like the Can you separate them like the OS? The thing is that it's the dot character. We can't really separate the dot character because it's just one character. Invalid syntax. So invalid syntax line 1. So we can't give multiple instructions at the same time. Or do we need to give a space? No. Okay. I mean, it does recognize the semicolon. Oh, the semicolon is going to screw everything up. Okay. So yeah, if we just put in the dot over here, it doesn't give us anything. Huh. So maybe we could do CA plus T plus, oh, what is this? Plus space slash FLA G dot plus TXT, like this, which is kind of convoluted. Detected forbidden keyword dot. Why does it detect the dot in one case but not the other case? Is it looking... man. Yeah, it keeps on flagging on this. O plus S cat flag.txt. This is all we want to do. So what's another method we could read this thing? It prints the program but no flags. Prints the program but no flags. So cat plus star. Cat star. Cats, yeah, that cat's everything. That's all the cats. So if instead we put cat star, it doesn't show us anything. Cat everything. Yeah, if we could actually cat everything, that'd be funny. So the other thing we would prefer to do... Oh, you know what? How about we try this? So cat slash star. So slash star is going to be everything in the top level directory. Detected created in keyboard dot. Wait, we didn't include the dot. Huh. Why did it happen this time? So this is the command we tried to do over here. So cat slash dot or slash star. So this prints out everything. LSLA. Yeah, we could do LSLA. We did LS successfully before. I wonder why this stopped giving us meaningful output now. ls it is detecting a dot on the output of the command instead of the command itself. I hope not, because if that's the case, then it makes it a lot harder. So we find that there's app.py, statistics, static, and templates. I mean, I guess the way we would want to do this is we can read app.py. I don't think we can, because there's the dot in here. Van Thanto, nice to see you here. What is up? So app.py, static, and templates. So these two are directories. Cat worked. Cat plus star. Cat plus star, read. So cat. Oh, no, this needs to be OS. O plus S. Can you replace with the dot with something else on output? I mean, I'm not sure. Cat star. Okay, so this works. So blocked keywords are going to be os eval exec bind connect. Yeah. Oh, I mean this also gives us some other restrictions as well. Actually, let me see if I can get a better. Yeah, so this is much easier to read if you look in the source. So return render template result.txt. Okay, HTML. So execute the Python code if no block list keyword or file path found. So it's also looking for file paths. So file path regex. We haven't even gotten this to register yet. So the regex. Oh, okay. So the file path regex is what's getting us right now. So where do they... So error is here. So cat star worked. Maybe we could try cat. So cat slash star. This isn't going to work because we're not allowed to put slashes. Or at least I don't think we are. Here it detects a forbidden keyword, dot. Actually, it didn't detect the dot. It detected the forbidden keyword. So the forbidden keyword is a slash. So it detected the slash in this case. So how do we reference this slash? So I'm thinking that we could use the slash like this. So chr47. But that's probably not going to make it past the filter. Can you use X2F? I don't think we can use X2F because the regex in here also filters on hexadecimal patterns. Try only open, put here flag.txt only in character read. Let's give this a try. Oh, did I run out of time again? I think I might have run out of time. Yeah, okay. We're gonna have to restart this. Okay, so there we got a new website now. It's over here. What happened with this? If anybody wants to know, encode flag.txt in character and then read it. So let's see, cat plus, oh, okay. Cat plus character 47 plus something something read will oh, it worked. Wow, we got it. Jeez. Okay, so what was the command? So the command that we used was this. So it turned out that we could use character substitution. So this was the thing that we could that we used. Okay, let's include this in our write-up. So insecure eval functions, filter bypass, insecure Python eval functions. So the method of solve, in the app, when we look, at the source code, there are these, what are they called? Comments. So the comments that we need to record here are these ones. I can't believe we took an entire hour solving one challenge. I guess, well, that's how it works out sometimes. Okay, so this is the stuff here. So this is a filter that disallows all the above keywords. There is also a regex that filters out attempts to use URL encoding or hexadecimal encoding. We can use character substitution using the CHR function in Python to bypass the filters. Yeah, I guess we could do all this stuff as well. And thank you for the suggestions, Miguel. Much appreciated. And Casey as well, yeah. So you two helped me a lot. Thank you. Okay, so we can use character substitution using the CHR function in Python to bypass the filters. And I guess that's all we need to write. So the last thing we need to do is we need to get the flag and submit it. Done. Okay, so we're going to move on to the last portion of today's stream. So let me go ahead and we'll put like 2 hours on the clock. We'll see where we're at after 2 hours are done. So we're going to be doing a special lab that our friend HackSmarter has provided to us. Let me change up the topics. Topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. So this is the lab from HackSmarter. Here. So you can make an account over at HackSmarter for free, and they've got a bunch of paid stuff. You don't necessarily need to pay to access this lab over here. It's called Hunter. So you just need to go over to, oh gosh, where is it? So here's the catalog here, and actually, let me see if I can find the hard link for this. Just a second. So it's this one over here. So Henke says, "Hi Shyhan, I'm doing Hunter 2, but can't get the initial foothold." Yeah, we can take a look at it together. Just give me a section. Just give me a second to get into the challenge. So here we are. Where's my dashboard? So in progress, there is Hunter here. So we're going to resume the course. So for this particular challenge, you need to download a VPN key that gives you access to this. So I've got my VPN over here. Sudo OpenVPN. I think this one is called Challenge Lab. Okay, so this is going to connect me to the HackSmarter network, and we got an ad. While the ads are running on Twitch, we'll run it on YouTube. And let's watch some birds. How about... these birds? Okay, so enjoy the birds. I just need to take a little water break. I'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, so let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. So we've got the VPN up, and I'm going to start naming these tabs. So VPN access, and we'll call this one. We'll call this one Nmap. Nmap port scanning. And then inevitably, we're going to be doing some web app enumeration. Okay, and we'll do one for text editor. We'll call this one research. So I'm just naming a bunch of tabs because I'm going to be switching between a bunch of tabs while I'm working on this thing. And optimistically, we'll call this one remote access. Okay, so let's go ahead and start up the lab. So we're going to launch the lab. And we got an IP address. So we should have access to the HackSmarter labs on the TON0 interface. So we've got an IP address for the network. And let's just do a quick ping. So if we can ping this machine, then we're connected properly. So it looks like we're connected. That means we can do an nmap scan. Nmap, very verbose, common scripts and versioning services, T4, and all the ports. Okay, we got port 80 and port 22. So when HackSmarter came by, he said that this was a web app challenge, and he said it was a web app challenge that he encountered on a pen test not too long ago. So we're gonna keep an eye out for this kind of stuff. So we got port 80. We can do a very quick Durbuster. So port 80 is unencrypted web pages. This is pretty slow. I guess because we're going in through a VPN, all the scans are going to be a little bit slower than they would normally. So I guess the first thing we can do is we can just take a look at this in our web browser. So HackSmarter sign in, okay. So username, password. Is this index.html? This is not HTML, so this is probably PHP. This is not index.php. Is this JavaScript? What other, what else could it be? So hacksmarter.org. Is this machine actually hacksmarter.org? Okay, so let's change up our soundtrack. How about some Mass Effect? Alright, so username, password, it's not going to be admin. We can take a look at some of the source code. There's probably not going to be something in the source code. So HackSmarter Labs. The other thing we could try is we could try like a password reset. So forgot password. So enter your username. We will send a reset to the associated email. So we don't know what the email is. Admin? Send reset link. If an account matches that username, a reset link has been sent to the email on file. Okay, so we probably want to record this. So we're just going to start up Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is going to be able to record all the traffic. So hacksmarter.org, we probably want to add that to our hosts list as well. So we can do that over here. Sudo nano etc hosts, and we're just going to add this to our list of stuff. So hacksmarter.org is going to be the IP address. Weird, couldn't find a VPN for this. So the VPN should be on this page here. So Challenge Lab, Hunter, Easy, and then down here, this is the download link for the VPN key. Do you, second in mind, do you not see it there? Or maybe you need to enroll to the lab first before you can see it. Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah. Awesome that you found it. Okay, so this is the IP address here. So this is hacksmarter.org. So let's see if this changes anything. Unable to connect. You know what? This is an actual... Hold on. So hacksmarter.org is an actual website, so I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. Okay, let's get rid of this entry then. My bad. Okay, let's go back. So we've got Burp Suite here. Proxy open browser. I think you need to set it to hunter.hacksmarter.org. Yeah, maybe I'll give that a try. And change it to HTTP again. Okay, let me go back. What's that IP address? Here it is. Okay, let's try going to hunter.hacksmarter. Alright, so we're here, and let's look at this through the Burp Suite browser. And we'll try to do the password reset. So we'll try sending it to admin. And we'll see what happened in the Burp Suite. So the post to... Let's put this in the repeater. Okay, so username equals admin. We sent that off. And then we got this response. If an account matches that username, a reset link has been sent to the email on file. So we're a little bit restricted in this application because we can't make our own. We can't make our own account. We can't register here. So username, password. We just type in admin and we just do any random thing. Okay, this doesn't... it doesn't even give us an error message. Okay, so there's just a logon endpoint. So is it logon index.html? Is it index.php? No, it's neither of those. Try to reset a non-existing user. Yeah, let's go ahead and try that. So forgot password for random. Send reset link. So it gives the same message. If an account matches that username, a reset link has been sent to the email on file. It's workzug. Is it workzug? Is that in the headers? So in the response headers, what do we got? Oh, it is Python. So workzug 3.14. So that means we could, we could have like server-side template injection. Do you think there could be server-side template injection in the reset here? That would be really funny. So if we just start giving it code like this, I wonder what's going to happen. I mean, it goes through, but it doesn't. It's in Python, was in the nmap. Oh, okay, okay. So the nmap. Yeah, Workzug. Python Flask again? Well, maybe. Maybe. So there's also port 22, which is your typical like SSH stuff. Not reflected, so it can't do SSTI. Yeah, typically when you see reflected output, that's when you know that you've got server-side template injection. So back to logon. So if we just send this post to the logon, username admin and password equals test. I mean, it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't give us anything. So, there's a reset, there's a, and well, this is really slow. How about we stop using Derb, we start using GoBuster. Hunter.hacksmarter.org. We'll just leave this running for a while. So the other thing we could do is we could throw some what is it called? Some nuclei at this. Hanky Loudbook says the weird thing is that I got just do some brute force for the resetting the password. Brute force for resetting the password? I mean, the other thing I'm wondering is is there some sort of guest account? Is there a register endpoint? No, there's no register endpoint. Is there a robots.txt? Nope, no robots.txt. There's not very much hiding over here. So there's a reset endpoint. There's a logon endpoint. We weren't able to find anything else. What could this be? Pay attention to response time. Oh, really? So you were able to do some username enumeration. What is the challenge and website? It looks interesting. Mulgars, hey, this is hacksmarter.org. And yeah, so the HackSmarter is a pretty well-known content creator for InfoSec stuff, and he's got his own education platform. So if you want to take a look at this in particular, you can make a free account and you can sign up for the Hunter Labs for free. It's a timing attack. Timing attack, okay. So we probably want to do something like this with the FFUF. So where's the reset? The reset is here. And we're just gonna copy to file, request.txt. How does the server react to really long passwords? That's another fun thing that we can try. Cybernerd Dante, hello, nice to see you here. You might want to try to give this a. You might want to give this a try yourself, Cybernerd Dante. It's a free lab from HackSmarter. I stuck the link in the chat just now. Okay, so we just need to fuzz here in the username. Okay, so what we're doing is we need to get a list of usernames. It might help to evaluate valid usernames. They do give us a. Oh, you know what? I didn't read. I didn't read well enough. Let's do that. Okay. So we got community walkthroughs, objective scope. We should read these before we go off half-cocked. You are an operator for the HackSmarter Red team, currently conducting a black box assessment on the client's external login portal. So we're pretty much restricted to the login portal. As part of the initial reconnaissance phase, our OSINT analysts have compiled a list of potential usernames. You need to identify which one is the valid username. Oh, so all we need to do is get the valid username? Okay. So this is yeah, so I guess this is trying to get valid usernames via response time. Okay, let's download this. So usernames.txt, we'll copy it over to our current directory. Okay, and we're looking for durations, right? So I've never really done response time attacks with FFUF. This is something we can look up right now. Okay, an FFUF can filter responses based on their time using FT, filter time command line option. So filter responses slower than 500 milliseconds. So filter time. So we're looking for something that is over 200. I'm guessing it's going to be over 200. FT needs an argument. Flag needs an argument FT. Is this not how you do it? Am I doing this wrong? Okay, let's look up FT. This is official. So time-based, value is in milliseconds. So match time. Match time and filter time. So MT for match time over 200. Am I supposed to put this between quotes? I don't quite get it. Okay, Samurai Dante says FT filters responses that you don't want to see. Match times filters on stuff that you want to see. So I mean, I think I'm using the I'm using this incorrectly because it's not really working here. We want to match on times. This is, let's see. This is greater than 200. Yeah, flag E is an argument. So I don't see the filter on time examples here. Match time over 5,000. I saved the output to a text file and just use awk and other stuff to sort it out. Well, I mean, it would be nice if we could... Yeah, why doesn't it consider this an argument, though? So invalid... Is it plus 5,000? I don't know what symbol they want us to use. You might get a better time variations if you test with a longer password. Yeah, I just want to get this thing working. Good old Twitch keeping everyone safe. What's, Amazon Prime Shopping Edition? What are we talking about? Okay, match time, MT. So FFUF match time. So time-based filtering, MT time. So for example, is this a position argument problem? Should I be putting it here? Invalid value. What the heck do you want? Allow access to your location? No. No thank you. Yeah, how am I doing this wrong? You probably need to wrap it up in single quotes. Wrap it and oh, okay. So let's do more than 200. So this doesn't work either because it's giving me stuff that's longer than 200. Yeah, quotes for sure. Oh, here's the one. It's Joey. Actually, I guess we could sort this. So what we could do is we could just save this, right? So match all, save it to... Save it to results.txt. Okay. And then we would sort by the last number over here. Yeah, Sick in the Mind has it. Results.txt, and then cut D, head, N10. So it's sort NR. Sort by last column. Sorting on the last field of a line. Okay, this looks like it might take a while for me to get this going, but we already know what the valid username is. So the valid username is Joey, which we found. Let's just plug it into the lab. So HackSmarter here. What is the valid username? Joey. Submit. Correct. I have stopped the machine to keep costs low for everybody. Yeah, why not? Okay, so I guess this is a pretty short lab, but it does teach you how to do this particular valid username enumeration. Okay, so I mean, this is all they want us to do in this particular course. We can also take a look at the other courses. So dashboard. I wonder. So they've got some free ones. They've got some pay what you can ones as well. This is what you're looking at, the Ox script. Okay, let me give it a shot. Second the mind. Because we do like some fun Linux foo. So awkf duration milliseconds. So this gives us the top results. So without this, it gives us everything. Okay, we got ads. We've got ads running right now, so we'll run an ad on YouTube. We'll be back in about a minute. Just need to take a little break and have a little bit of water. Okay, so let's put on the birds. Here are some fun birds. All right, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, and we'll go back to the hacking. So Cyber Dante suggested that we might get a better time variation if we put in a really long password. You know, we'll give this a try. Hold on, let's go back to the challenge. So where was it? Hunter here, and let's see. Can we go back to it? So view course. So this is it's still running, right? Yeah, it's still running. Okay, so we can still run some stuff on it. Okay, let's give this a try. So request.txt. Oh, username fuzz. Yeah, I guess. So this is the reset password. So reset password runs like this. This was the reset function, so maybe it doesn't apply. Yeah, password doesn't apply here. But I wonder if we can get the same kind of result if we fuzz the login. So we go to here and copy to, what is it? Copy to file. Okay, so we'll fuzz and then we'll give a really long password. So username will do fuzz. And the password, we'll just put a really long password. So I don't know if we're allowed to put really, really long passwords. We'll give this a shot. Okay, and then we'll try this again with the login request. So same thing, but we'll use the second thing. Watch it dots the box. Maybe. I mean, we'll give it a try. Okay, so we'll do the same thing. Ah, it didn't work this time. Okay, I've literally seen that happen with the 3,000 character string and on the Ruby on Rails system. Ruby on Rails, huh? Neems, hello, nice to see you here. What is up, what is up? Let's give you a fun... How about some Jurassic Park for you?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so let's stop the box because we don't want to incur too many costs to our good friend HackSmarter, and let's take a look at the other stuff that they've got on offer. So the delay was triggered by the email function. The email function for the password reset. Yeah, it looks that way. Looks that way. So let's see. Share the pain, anomaly, Arasaka, Ascension. So I'm pretty sure that there were some pay what you can stuff as well. Let's take a look at the catalog. So this is the catalog. Live events, subscriptions, courses. So we got Sliver, Hands-on Phishing, Intro to AWS Pen Testing. Oh, AWS Pen Testing, this is pretty cool. Because you don't see too many courses on like cloud stuff. Intro to Hacking Methodology. Okay, we got our labs. So this one's free. This is an easy AWS challenge lab, purchased. Why does it say purchased? I didn't purchase these, did I? I don't think I did. How do you learn all this? Hopefully you got consent from CD Projekt Red for Arasaka. Is that what you need to do? How do you learn all this? One step at a time, and yeah, with a lot of effort. So in progress, purchased, let's see. Wait, do I have access to all this stuff? I don't even know. So can I Wait, do I? Arasaka as a brand is considered intellectual property of CD Projekt Red, developers for Cyberpunk. I thought, well, I mean, it's originally from the tabletop game, right? So I assumed that Arasaka is like copyrighted by the people who made the original game, the pen and paper one. Wait, can I just enroll in this? Beta access. The AWS lab is in beta access. Things will potentially break when multiple users are launching the scenario. Huh. Everybody, do you... Wait. So the other people are using HackSmarter. Can you access this lab for free right now? So this is... what is this one? So this was SNS Secrets. So let me know if you can enroll in this. How much time would this require? A lot of time. A lot of time. I've spent hundreds of hours to get where I am right now. So let's see. Launching the AWS lab, launch the machine, download and connect to the VPN. Go to here, port 8000. I believe all the gratitude to 2020 says, I believe all the labs are free for a month with the coupon code. So yeah, let me know if everybody who has access to HackSmarter. I mean, I'd like to try this right now. We've got like an hour and a half because we managed to finish the Hunter Lab pretty quickly. I'd like to try this out because I really want to learn more about AWS, and we're going to be covering AWS on Friday. Okay, let me give this a shot. So this is from December 9th of this year. Let's try. Oh, I don't have any. Okay, I've got credits. Launch the thing. Okay, and now we've got machine IP port 8000. Whitelist your IP, launch the scenario. Download and okay, so we need to download the VPN. So SNS Labs, huh? Okay, so Sick of the Mind says Mike Pond Smith still owns his IP under his company Altosaurian Games and leased the IP to CD Projekt Red. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see more games from the Cyberpunk universe, because the first game, it was really good. I really liked it. It's kind of a shame that I don't really have a computer that can run the game, unfortunately. Anyways, okay, so this thing is connected. Let's see if we can access it. So it is this IP address on port 8000. Sick of the Mind says, from what I understand, Keanu Reeves asked for more. I mean, who would deny Keanu Reeves? Select a scenario, create it, and view the initial credentials and the Terraform output, and destroy it when it's done. Operations may take several minutes. So public IP address. Okay. Click whitelist IP to continue. Okay. So did you manage to finish the other challenge, Hunter? Yeah. It turns out that all we needed to do was run an attack to figure out what the valid usernames were on the application, and it didn't take too long. Okay, so this is called CloudGoat. So choose a scenario. So create scenario, destroy scenario. Let's see, SNS secrets, sure, create scenario. Can you teach a proper way to learn all of this within a year, or as you recommend it? So you can start over here with the stuff in the starter pack here. So you got basic IT knowledge, computer networking, and then you can start doing some easy CTF challenges at the last link. So that's the fourth link in there. The first two are for basic IT knowledge. The third one is for computer networking. So I don't know how I feel about throwing certificates of completion out like that unless they count towards accredited certifications or as continuing professional education credits. Well, I mean, I'm more in this for the education than for the for some sort of certificate, but I think for the people who really enjoy collecting those certificates, that's I guess it's for them. So let's see. Home, Ubuntu, AWS Labs deploy, my environment, start.txt, output file, SNS user access key ID here. The other thing is, what I'm wondering is, should I be sharing this stuff out publicly? I guess it really doesn't matter that much because this stuff is going to be disappearing in an hour or so anyways. Okay, so CloudGoat is here. We got our scenarios up here, and then we access. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Where is... Okay, whitelist your IP, launch the scenario. Once the scenario is launched, it will provide you with an access key and a secret. This is your starting point. Additionally, note the CGID value. All of the target resources will have the same CGID value. Resources other than with other CIG values belong to other users and will likely not work for your scenario. Okay, Dev D asks, would you recommend an undergrad to pursue InfoSec full-time considering the job market? I need a job in 2 years and I have no experience. Okay, I need a job in 2 years and I have no experience. So Dev D, you have a much better chance of finding a job within 2 years if you live near a major population center. So Dev D, do you live near a major city? If you do live near a major city, your chances go up because you can go and attend like in-person meetups for cybersecurity professionals. So as far as the job market is concerned, that's kind of tough. I'm not really a person that pays a lot of attention to the job market. I hear it should be getting better in the spring, but I don't know for sure. Okay, so what's going on here? So the starting point is here. SNS user access key, unique GID, CGID value. Okay, so what is the objective and the scope of this? So DevD says, is it better than the software engineer market? Sick in the Mind says, I think dilution is the term that I'm thinking of. I feel like issuing a certification for each box dilutes the meaning behind issuing a certificate. I mean, I think it might be better if there's like multiple like levels of certificates, because not all of these labs are on the same level as far as like difficulty is concerned, complexity, like, you know, if whether or not like, you know, bragging rights and stuff like that. Lewis did it pretty well on Pentester Lab. Okay, Dev D says I live in the countryside, but I can go to the meetups if there's one in the community. There's one community that's active in my country. Okay, I mean, if you're comfortable, you can share like what country you live in, and maybe we can do a little bit of research. But then again, if it's not an English speaking country, it would be hard for me to search for those in-person meetups. Okay, Sick of the Mind says if you want a serialization bridge, you can complete like 6 or 10 deserialization challenges ranging from easy to hard. Oh, in India. Okay, okay. Well, I mean, probably you can probably find like a meetup near like a big city like Delhi or Mumbai. Go to like so. Cybersecurity meetup. Yeah, cybersecurity for control systems, cybersecurity groups. There's one. So cybersecurity for control systems. This you can start with something like this. Like you say that you live in India. I'm not too sure which big city in India you live close to, but you would try to look for a meetup like this. Usually the people at the meetups for one type of specialization in cybersecurity, they're going to know other meetups. So you can talk to the people there. They're going to be working in cybersecurity. They can let you know about other meetups that you can attend if this is not the specialization you're looking for. Yeah, network with people at the meetups, and you can also look at get their LinkedIn and make some other connections that way. But yeah. So is it better than the rest of the software engineering market? I mean, you have to aim towards the stuff that you're passionate about. If you're not passionate about cybersecurity, I wouldn't go into cybersecurity. If you hate what you're doing in cybersecurity, then no amount of money or no job is going to keep you there. Or at least that's my opinion. Okay, so as part of HackSmarter's Red Team's new cloud offering, you've been assigned a penetration test focusing on AWS infrastructure. This engagement operates under assumed breach framework. So you will begin with a set of compromised low-level AWS CLI credentials. The client has identified a sensitive internal API gateway as a critical asset. They are concerned that an attacker inside the environment could manipulate permissions to access this resource. So the objective is to demonstrate the impact of the breach by escalating privileges to successfully invoke the restricted API gateway endpoint. The final flag is contained within the API response body. Okay, I wonder how difficult this is. So we deployed the thing. So our starting point is over here. We've got our access key ID and our access key. Over where? Here? Let me delete some of these tabs that we're not using. Probably not that difficult. Well, I guess we'll see. Okay, we got this as our... Well, let me just copy this entire thing. Okay, so we got our... We have our CLI. So AWS CLI commands, and we can also figure out what's going on in the environment. It's been such a long time since I've done any of this stuff. So the first thing we want to do is we want to connect to the service, right? So we got our access ID, access key ID, and we've got our secret access key as well. So what I want to figure out is what commands we can do to enumerate the environment. Cloretto, hello, nice to see you here. Hello, HackSmarter from Dear Tyler. Cloretto, are you talking to HackSmarter? Is he here? I don't know if HackSmarter is here. Let us give us a shout out. Okay, so let me start asking the AI about this. It's a certificate from EC Console. Hello, Himan. Nice to see you here. And why are you asking about the certificate from EC Console? Okay. We want to do some AWS CTF exercises. We have some credentials. Credentials. How can we use the AWS CLI to enumerate the environment? Okay, here's a comprehensive guide to enumerate AWS with those credentials using the AWS CLI. So first thing we do is configure AWS CLI, set up the credentials. So AWS configure profile CTF. Okay, yeah. Let's give this a try. Okay, AWS access key. So are we using... So secret access key is this. Regular access key is this. So I'm assuming that this is what we want to use. Secret access key is this. Default region name. Well, I mean, I don't think we have one. Output format, we don't have one of those. So that's fine. Okay, so after this, USA East 1. Was that indicated somewhere? You just hit your free message limit. Oh, okay. It says USA East 1 here. So use directly in commands, AWS STS get caller identity. Step 2 enumeration, check who you are. So AWS STS get caller identity, profile CTF. Okay, let's give this a try. So we are this user. So we got we have an account. We've got this stuff. Get IAM, attached IAM policies, what you can do. So AWS IAM, list attached user policies, username, SNS user. So wait, what's our username? Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm guessing that our username is CG this thing right here. So let's plug this in. Attached policies, nothing. Well, no policies here. Okay, so get your username from the previous command and then do this. So we tried doing this. List inline policies. Okay, so it's the same thing, but we're just getting the user policies here. Okay, so policy names. So we have one policy, one user policy. What does that mean? He isn't here. Only remember him because I follow him too using the same platform. Oh, okay. You're talking about YouTube, right? All right, so. Yeah, we got a policy here, and now get specific policy details. So get user policy something. Okay, let me grab that. So get user policy, username is this one. He's streaming games right now. Oh, on YouTube or Twitch or both. Let me check it out. On Twitch. Oh, okay. I don't see him on. Oh, he's streaming games, so he's not going to show up on the InfoSec streams. That makes sense. Okay, so policy name, we've got the policy name here. Okay, so what does this do? So username, policy document version, this one over here. So SNS subscribe, receive, list subscriptions by topic, list topics. Action API gateway get. Effect deny. What? Aren't we supposed to be able to access this thing? Okay, so AWS API gateway, US East API keys. This stuff right here. So this is what we want to access. I think I want to copy this all out. Okay, so we got this stuff here. What else can we do? So what is the effect deny in this case? So effect deny means we can't do it. So effect allow, resource. So we can do this stuff. We can list subscriptions by topic, list topics. We can do this, but we can't do API gateway. Thank you very much, AdsPeak. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so what's our next thing what's the next thing we want to try out? Check your permissions. List what you're allowed to do. Require specific permissions. AWS IAM get user. IAM get user. Username thing. Figure out which IAM groups that you're in. Ooh, come on. Okay, so this is kind of the command that we want to do. The only thing we need to sub out here is our username. So let me just get the username here. So it would be nice if I was able to reference some sort of guide. Okay, an error occurred, access denied when calling the get user operation. So this user is not authorized to perform. I am get user on the resource, so we can't. Ah, okay, so we're not allowed. We're not allowed to run this command. Okay. The list who you're allowed to do requires specific permissions, so we're not able to do this. List IAM groups that you're part of. Okay, let's see what groups we're part of. We're not part of any groups. Okay, that's great. Enumerate all regions. So let's see. EC2 describe regions. Describe regions output table. So try enumeration in each region. So list all available regions is this command. You must specify a region. You can also configure your region by running AWS configure. Okay, so describe regions doesn't work. You can also configure a region by running AWS configure. So I don't think they tell us which region we're part of. In this output here. At least I don't think they do. Actually, I think they might. Okay, unique CGID value, starting point is here. So the objective is to access the API gateway. So they need to manipulate permissions to access this resource. So I think this is the goal. The goal is to manipulate our permissions to get access. So the user policy is here. So the effect is deny. First you have to figure out which permissions you have. I think... Let's see. Check your permissions. We tried doing this. AWS IAM get user. But this didn't work. You only denied those APIs, but you have a lot of allow. So allow, effect allow resource everything. So, but the action is not here. So the action is SNS subscribe, receive, list topics, get topic attributes, list groups for user, get user policy, except for the deny ones, right? So I think we did get user policy at yeah. So we got the user policy, and we're looking at the user policy right here. Okay, so this is outside of anything I've done for AWS testing before. So I'll try getting a little bit of assistance from our good friend ChatGPT. Okay, we are doing AWS testing. We want to get access to the, what was it called? API? To the API gateway. We have these policies. You have access to SNS, which is pretty significant. You know, this is I don't know how to parse the information that I'm getting from this stuff. So SNS subscribe, SNS receive, SNS. You have access to SNS, right? So I am this stuff over here. SNS. What is SNS inside of? ChatGPT probably is going to help with that. I hope so. I guess we'll see. AWS SNS list topics. Well, SNS list topics. Sick in the mind. Have you done a lot of AWS testing yourself, or have you taken a course before? Oh, list topic has to, okay, it's case sensitive. So like, okay. Okay, it's part of the most recent Pen 200 material. Of course, I had to scoop some of it up. Oh, maybe you meant list topics, so you need to do it like this. What am I missing here? Maybe we don't need our username. You must specify a region. Okay, so I mean, I guess we should use whatever that east thing. AWS configure. So the access key remains the same. The secret access key remains the same. The default region name, what was it? USA East? US East 1. Output format. Okay. We'll give it a try again. Okay, so we got topics, we got public topic. We have two different public topics here. JSON is the most common. I mean, this looks like JSON. ChatGPT is still thinking. It's still thinking. So how do we enumerate these topics? AWS SNS list subscriptions by topic. Topic ARN, and then you have the ARNs. Let's give this a shot. SNS lists. Topic ARN is do we just give this entire string? Cordo says, is it possible to edit the document from deny to allow and then try again in some cases? I'm not sure. Subscriptions. Am I doing this in the wrong format? Because I'm not getting anything. Okay, let's try putting this in another tab. So check your permissions, enumerate all the regions. So we can try this one again. So describe regions. You're not authorized to perform this operation. Okay. No identity-based policy allows describe regions action. Great. Might not be allowed anything EC2. So yeah, it could be that we're not allowed to use this this command. Okay. Service-specific enumeration. Since the user is named SNS user. So SNS list topics, SNS list subscriptions, get topic attributes, list platform applications. I mean, get platform applications could be pretty good. You got SNS and IAM and API gateway get. Okay, we can't do this. So the policies were here. So API gateway get. So how do we run these actions? Oh, but these are deny though. I mean, we can give it a try. API gateway get. This is not the action, I guess. Yeah, oh wait, we have this. This is allow. So action API gateway get. So this is allow, but the rest of the stuff is deny. Wait, we're allowed here, but we're denied here. That's kinda contradictory. Okay, so ChatGPT has finally gotten back to us. So we just gave this list of stuff that we got over here. Okay, educational AWS permission analysis. You do have some API gateway read access, but it's tightly constrained to the by an explicit deny. What was the objective again? So the objective was to demonstrate the impact of the breach by escalating privileges to successfully invoke the restricted API gateway endpoint. The final flag is contained, so we need to... So there's a sensitive internal API gateway as a critical asset. They're concerned that the attacker would be able to manipulate permissions to access the resource. Okay, so we'll read a little bit about this from our good friend ChatGPT. You have API gateway get on the resource star, so you can generally call read list style API gateway control plane endpoints, except for the ones explicitly denied. So this lets you list REST APIs, pull high-level API metadata, list stages and deployments, list resources, but you cannot retrieve API keys. You cannot get method configuration for get methods, and you cannot do integration configuration. So you can likely map the API structure, but you can't read where it routes to, and you can't read the detailed get method config. So how to get access to the API gateway with these permissions? Enumerate what APIs exist, okay? So AWS API gateway get REST APIs region USA 1 East. Let's try it. I guess we'll need to specify the profile, right? Profile CTF. Okay, so this is a lot of stuff. This is a lot of stuff. We probably want to output this to a file. REST APIs.txt. Okay. So what do we have here? Description for demonstrating leaked API key scenario. Okay, I mean, address type IPv4, great. I am privesc by key rotation. Privesc by key rotation. API for demonstrating leaked API key scenario. Okay. So these are the REST APIs that we can get. So AWS IAM list attached user policies. I think we've done exactly this. So IAM list attached user policies. Yeah. Let me give this a try. So attached policies were nothing. Am I using the right username though? Okay. So this is typically allowed and gives you the ID and the names. So for a given REST API ID, list its resources. So AWS API Gateway get resources for REST API ID this thing. STS get caller identity. AWS STS get caller identity. So this is the user account. So am I using the user ID when I reference the username, or am I using this thing right here? Because I assumed it was this thing, but it might be this user ID. I'm not sure. You're referencing user ID as AIDA. Oh, okay. So maybe I got it wrong then. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, so this user cannot be found. let's try putting in some quotes. So this user's not found. I guess this has to be it because this returns. And we don't have any policies. Okay, so what was the other thing that we were trying to do beforehand? This one, we're trying to get the resources for these REST APIs. Okay, we just need to plug in the REST API ID. So we're interested in this one. API for demonstrating leaked API key scenario. So the ID is this one. Thank you very much, Lam Nguyen, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So the API ID is this. Ooh. Okay, so parent ID is this. We got some items. So user data. Don't know if that's... We should probably check out the other ones as well. API for... So this is another API for demonstrating leaked API key scenario. And paste it in. So you already did AWS configure. Are you sure you need to run profile CTF every time? I mean, maybe we can get the same thing without providing it. Oh. Well, I mean, it looks like we need to do it. Okay, so what else can we do then? So what other helpful suggestions do we have here? So list as resources and paths. This is not one of the denied ARNs you showed, so it's probably your best way to map endpoints. List stages to learn stage names like prod or dev. So get stages. Get stages, REST API ID. List stages to learn the stage names. List deployments. So the REST API ID, let's just use this one again. Scenario IAM Privesc by key rotation. Privesc by key rotation. What is AWS Privesc by key rotation? What is AWS Privesc by key rotation? That's a weird hint. I mean, I've never done this stuff before, so I need to do my research. Hopefully this doesn't take 10 million years to come back to me, though. So with your exact deny list, the intended path is usually discover REST APIs, then enumerate paths, and then discover stages. Try the public endpoint only if the API allows unauthenticated access, because you can't read integration details or API keys. If you paste the output of the AWS API Gateway GET REST APIs and one GET resources result, I can tell you what you can still learn within these permission limits. So AWS privilege escalation by key rotation is a term used in cloud security research and CTFs to describe a misconfiguration-based escalation, not a vulnerability in AWS itself. It happens when IAM permissions allow someone to rotate, create, or replace access keys for another IAM principal, and that principal has more privileges than the attacker. What is attacker in this case? So what key rotation means? So key rotation refers to managing access keys, creating new access keys, disabling old ones, deleting old ones. So these are controlled by IAM actions such as IAM create access key, update, delete, or list. So this is privilege escalation occurs when user A can rotate, create, or replace access keys for user B, and user B has more permissions than user A. You had some IAM stuff allowed. So the IAM stuff is where? This stuff. List attached user policies, get user policy, list user policies, list groups for user. So if user A can generate new access keys for user B, then user A effectively becomes user B. This is not hacked in crypto. It is not hacked in crypto. It's abusing overly permissive IAM policies, okay? So simple conceptual example. So you're logged in as a low priv user. You are allowed to manage access keys for other users. One of those users is an admin or can access sensitive services. So, I mean, yeah, sounds like a pivot. I guess we need to figure out which other users we could potentially update access keys for. So user A can rotate access keys for user B. So we need to figure out which other users exist. So you can generate a new key, you can authenticate as that higher privilege user, and then privilege escalation is achieved. So CTF designers use this technique because it's realistic, it teaches IAM trust boundaries, forces players to understand policy evaluation, identity versus resource permissions, how IAM actions compose. So yeah, I guess we can list our users now. So AWS profile, CTF, IAM list users. We can't list the users. No identity-based policy allows the IAM list users action. So look at the user policies. So the user policy lets us list groups for user, list user policies, get user policy. Might be something named after a user. List attached user policies. List user policies is my bad. List user policies. So what is the action called? So is it... Do we need to do it like this? So I am list user policies. List attached user policies. List attached. Doesn't like this. Oh, the following requirements are required. Okay, so we need a username. So our username is this. So we got attached policies nothing. So attached policies nothing. How about just user policies? We've got this policy name. I think we've already... How do we enumerate this? I could have sworn I did this command earlier on. Yeah, okay. Okay, so AWS privilege escalation by key rotation occurs when the user can create or replace access keys for another IAM user. So Sick of the Mind says IAM get user policy, username, policy name. Oh, okay. All right, let me give that a try. But you already know your policy. Yeah. So AWS, just to make sure. Yeah. We've done this already. We've done this already. Okay. So I guess the next step is to figure out what other users exist on the account. So how do we enumerate other IAM users? How do we know what privileges they have? You had a group one too? So that was in the policies, right? Policies. List groups for user. So I am list groups for user. We don't have any groups. Well, not super helpful, but we tried. Okay, so enumerating other IAM users and understanding what privileges they have is a core cloud security skill. In AWS, this is done entirely through IAM API calls. Just need to wait for this thing to come back. So, what other IAM group, list groups for user, list user policies, get user policy, list attached user policies. We've done all of these at this point, right? I need to start writing notes after this, because I really need to figure out how to get my bearings when I encounter this kind of stuff. What is SNS list topics? SNS list topics. Clara says a bypass, perhaps effect deny to allow another way, I think. I have in the past used SNS topics for sending admin alerts. No. Oh, we don't include the user? So we got these two topics. And I think we tried to take a look at these topics as well. They called this SNS secrets. That's true. That's true. I should really pay attention to that. Okay, so how do we enumerate IAM users? IAM list users. So I don't think we can do this. We tried doing this before. And it said that we're not allowed to do this. So SNS secrets. So here are the topics. So I guess we could also try... We could try subscribing. We could try receiving. So if we tried receiving one of these, so SNS receive, and then we need a topic and topic ARN. Maybe an email address in there, maybe. Okay, this isn't how you do it. So, invalid choice. Well, I mean, it says that we can receive. How do we do that? Let me try looking this up. AWS SNS receive command. Okay, AWS SNS is a push-based messaging service. It does not have a single receive command. So how do we do that? Common AWS CLI actions: SNS create topic, SNS subscribe. Sends a message to a topic, receive message. Get topics attributes, topic ARN. Get topic attributes. SNS list topics. Yeah, we've done the list topics, and we got these. And then, what was it? Get topic attributes. Okay, we got some results. Save those somewhere. We'll save it to SNS topic 1. We'll just call it SNS 1. Much shorter. And then we'll do the same thing with the other one, and we'll save that to SNS too. So the last one was the one that ends in 03 or 03. And this is the other one. Okay. Paste it in, run the command, and let's just take a look at both of those real quick. Subscriptions pending, feedback, nothing here screams out anything super sensitive though. Might look better with JQ and less. Maybe, but I mean I can still parse. I think I can still parse what's going on, but I don't see anything super interesting here. Unless I'm missing something important. JQ. I don't think we've got... Yeah, we don't have JQ installed, but we might as well... If we can install it easily, why not? Looks like you can subscribe. I mean, what happens if we subscribe? Compile error? So actions available for subscribe and receive for, you can just cat it into JQ. Cat. Ah. That's a little bit better. So I guess we could try subscribing to these. So SNS subscribe. Oh. You need a protocol. So protocol. Protocol is... email. So HTTP, email JSON, SQS, Lambda, SMS, application, Firehose. So do we want... I mean, I just want to output the stuff. I'm not too sure which one is the best one to do if I want to do this. Not sure that subscribe is the way. Maybe not. Maybe not, because it seems like it's going towards something a little bit more complicated. So what else can we do with this stuff? Receive? I tried searching for that. So to work with the message reception, you need to set up one of the following subscription types. So we can do Amazon SQS Q, Lambda functions, email, or HTTPS endpoints. But let's go back to seeing if we can. to see if we can do some enumeration on the... So list users didn't work. So if you don't have the list users, access denied. So how do we see what privileges a user has? So inline, managed, inherited. List policies attached directly to a user. I suppose the other thing we need to do is we need to identify another user. What if you use HTTP? So if we use HTTP, messages are delivered as JSON encoded HTTP or HTTP post request to a specified URL. So we would need to set up we need to set up a URL to receive this stuff. Set up a Python server to receive. Yeah, I mean, I just want to make sure that this isn't something I have to expose to the internet. Did we run list subscriptions by topic? Yeah, I think we did. So we did get topic attributes. Let me give it a shot. So SNS. Are you in a VPN isolated system? I missed some parts of the initial setup. So misadventures, list subscriptions by topic. List subscriptions. I'm pretty sure we don't need to include the name. Oh, we do need the topic ARN. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so this doesn't have any subscriptions. I'm pretty sure the other one doesn't have any subscriptions either, but... Yeah, sick in the mind. I fixed the generic monitor thing, the genmon thing. I followed your instructions after a couple of streams ago, maybe. Did you do the public again? Public? So there's a private. Was there a private topic? So I'm pretty sure there were only two topics. Get topic attributes, list topics. So there's just these two. So retrieve the actual policy documents. So for manage policies, get policy, ARN. For inline policies, this gives you actual JSON permission statements. Check group membership. So users often inherit permissions via groups. So list groups for user. I mean, we didn't have any groups though. So we tried list groups for user with our username. That didn't come back with anything. So this is an IAM thing, right? Yeah, no groups. Then enumerate group policies. We don't have any groups. Okay, so we can also get a better look at the policies, right? But we've already gotten the policies. List attached user policies. List user policies. So attached user policies, and I think we managed to get one policy. Policy simulator. Okay, so what if we don't have list users? In CTFs and real incidents, you often don't. Then enumeration becomes indirect, so via error messages. Some APIs leak identity names and errors via CloudTrail, via ARNs in policies. IAM principles of clear in bucket policies, SNS subscriptions, land execution roles. I think I might take a look at the write-up for this challenge, because there's so much to learn in this particular scenario. So all sorts of stuff I really don't have anything. I don't really have any experience doing before. So Tulas Bay says, isn't the first topic in the topic a username? That CGID at the end? You already tried getting the list policies command for that one? So Tulas Bay, hey, I'm happy to give this a try. So you said what? The first topic in the list topic a username. So list topic. So are these usernames? Tulos Bay says the first topic in the list topic, is this a username? I mean, this looks kind of similar to my username. That's true. Wait, let me take a look. So this looks kind of similar, but this is CG SNS user something something something. Try it. Okay, so list groups for user, and we'll try just pasting in this stuff. So I don't see any groups there, but that's a valid user. That's a valid username. Oh, wait. So you just sub in this stuff. And then try the user policies. That's a good idea. Okay, so my username is, let me confirm my username. My username is this one with the L9, and this other username is this one with the MO3. So MO3. So we want to get the user policies for this other user. So we've got this policy name here, and so list user policies. Okay, and then we can, yeah, I think we might be able to do a key rotate on this other user. So let me get the policy. So okay. this is the policy name right here. Let me just copy that and leave it somewhere where I can get access to it later. So list user policies, list groups for user, list topics, subscriptions, get topic attributes, list attached user policies. Okay, I can go on for another, I can go on for another 10 minutes or so. I'm probably not going to get too much done in 10 minutes, of course, but, well, we'll see if we can get a lot closer to finishing this thing. Let's do 12 minutes. Okay, so list attached user policies. Okay, and here we include the policy names. So user policy and then user policy 2. And we just need to supply the username. Keyboard Cat has been kind of retired because Keyboard Cat gets my channel ad limited. It's unfortunate. Okay, let me get the policy name. Yeah, Keyboard Cat has gone corporate, unfortunately. So let's take a look at user policy 2. All right, so we've got a little bit of music we can play left. Let's end the stream strong with some good old faster than light. So I think this looks very similar. So we got deny. These permissions look almost exactly the same. Hold on. Yeah, these are, man. So the other user's policy is exactly the same as my policy. It's exactly the same. So this doesn't help me out at all. The only difference is the username and the policy name. Everything else is the same. Isn't that a kick in the pants? So let's see. So enumeration becomes indirect. Error messages. So some APIs leak identity names and errors. Cloud Trail, ARNs, and policies. IAM principals appear in bucket policies, SNS subscriptions. So, I mean, we didn't check to see if there's any S3 buckets. So AWS S3, S3 LS, okay, So not authorized to perform S3 list all my buckets because no identity-based policy allows the list all my buckets action. So, So user policy. If both policies are in the same, I guess the other thing we could do is we could figure out if this other user has access to different groups. So list groups for user. Well, we already tried looking at the groups for this user, and they're not part of any groups. So let's see. So SNS, it's called SNS secrets. It's got to be the SNS, right? But what part of the SNS is going to get us this access? SNS subscribe, SNS receive, list subscriptions by topic. So maybe the other user has other topics. Get topic attributes. So let's try the other user. So this other user here, we can try some of these SNS actions. So list subscriptions by topic. We needed a topic ARN. Okay, so just list topics. So it's list topics, but what am I missing? Ah, we don't need the username. So wait, these are different. Were there always... There's a new one? What is going on? I thought... yeah, I don't remember 3 of them being here. So so user policy 1. User policy is for our user, which is the L9 user. So the L9 user is here. We saw this other user, the MO3 user. And yeah, so we need to check out this other user. I didn't see this before. Why not? Okay, let's get the policy name for... Maybe the third user doesn't have a policy. Yeah, this user doesn't exist. Or do they? Oh, we need to supply another username. Okay. So what's this third user policy? It's still the same thing. Okay, let's try the diff command again. Yeah, the policies are the same for these users. Mr. Alfalfa, hey, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Check the group. Oh, true. Okay. So was it list groups for user? No groups. Man, this is tough. Okay, so SNS secrets, right? Assume breach scenario. You begin with a set of compromised low-privilege AWS CLI credentials. You got the SNS topic belonging to the other user. True. So the unique CG ID value is here. Starting point is here. I wonder what this is, what this endpoint actually is. You gotta subscribe. I guess I'm gonna have to figure out how to subscribe. But you know what? I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to do this off stream because I'm running up on my time limit. All right. Well, it's been very educational. I need to take a lot of notes about everything that I've been doing today. But let's take a look and see if there's any cool people on the InfoSec streams. So there's Hack the Box. Is Hack the Box actually on? Let's check out their channel. So Hack the Box, it doesn't look like they're actually online. So I mean, that means I should probably check out Twitch to see who else might be streaming right now. You know, catch all Python server to capture an HTTP. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the advice. I think I'll do that. Oh, BlazeBits is online. BlazeBits is online, but he wasn't recommended. But you know what? Let's raid into Moohoodles, because Moohoodles is hers is a fun channel, and I think you'd appreciate her channel. Let me copy that address. Okay, so Moohoodles is talking about something. What's she talking about? She's doing drops sick chillin'. Okay. Well, everybody, we're gonna send you all over to her channel. Let me go ahead and start that raid. Oh, wait a minute. She's playing some sort of RPG game. Hold on a second. Maybe we will go over to BlazeBits. Okay, so BlazeBits is probably doing something a little bit more InfoSec friendly. Okay, so we're talking about cybersecurity news and Q&A. Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and raid BlazeBits. Okay, so everybody, we're going to be back on Friday. We're going to be doing more AWS stuff. So we're going to be doing Advent of Cyber, we're going to be doing network hacking challenges, cryptography challenges as well on Ring 0 CTF, and we're going to be doing the cloud hacking challenges, the AWS stuff over at pwnedlabs.io. So Pwned Labs is a really nice platform, and let me give you a link to the platform before I go out. Pwned Labs over here. Yep, I'll be back on Friday. So everybody, hope to see you on Friday, and until then, have a great rest of the week. We'll see you next time. HackerFrogs rating out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.